Chapter 239. Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber had not reached the continent yet, but the continent was already in chaos. Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint's 330th generation grandson, Ji Qingji, announced in the continent's capital, "Do the descendants of Underworld Saber Saint dare to fight with me?" Once this sentence came out, it was earth-shattering. In an instant, hundreds of descendants of Underworld Saber Saint appeared. They fought, cried, and shouted that they wanted to fight with Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint's 330th generation grandson. And hundreds of people stood out and cursed, "Ji Qingji, who do you think you are? I am the descendant of Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint. There is an ancestral tablet here as proof." So many descendants of Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint started to fight. They wanted to fight for the right and proper title first. As for the hundreds of Underworld Saber Saint's grandchildren, they were also having a great time fighting against each other. From all directions, Jianghu people rushed to the continent's capital like carps crossing the river. They were like the sand of the Ganges River, endless and unending. Many people even started to fight on the way. The closer they got to the continent, the more intense the situation became. As long as they met on the way, they would know that the other party was also going to fight for Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber. They would immediately turn against each other, unsheathing their swords and sabers, and kill each other. This lively situation made Chu Yang think of a word. Go to the market. Yes, go to the market, and it was a super big market. If you buy something this time, you will not have another chance to buy something in your lifetime. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing walked like this. Oh yeah. Aw, fuck. There are so many people. Aw. Along the way, the two of them had a dumbfounded expression. Their eyes were wide open, and their tongues were tied. Their bodies were almost cramping as they walked. When they arrived outside the continent's capital, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There was a huge crowd outside the city gates. Some of them were carrying sabers, some of them were carrying swords, some of them were carrying axes, some of them were carrying tridents, some of them were carrying hammers, and some of them were waving their ame piercers. Of course, there were also some empty-handed. Outside the north gate, there were thousands of people, and in the distance, there were people in groups of 3 or 5, rushing over like meteors. "Open the door. Open the gates." Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. He was furious. "Why aren't you letting us in?" "That's right." Thousands of people clamored. "Why can't we go in? Could it be that you want to monopolize Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber?" "Exactly. If you annoy the old man, you will rebel." The emotions of the people below the city became more and more intense. Just as they were making a ruckus, Guangsheng roared, "If you don't open the city gates, I will flatten this city." Following the shout, a silhouette flew up 7 to 8 feet, almost at the same height as the city wall. He exhaled in midair and shouted, "Damn your granny! Open the city gates." Before he could finish his words, he fell to the ground. He landed on the ground with a thud. At that moment, the city gates were filled with laughter. Hundreds of people were shouting, "If you don't open the gates, we will flatten this city." Chu Yang's whole body cramped as he watched. At this moment, a burly man who looked like an iron tower suddenly turned around and walked towards the two of them in an orderly manner. He suddenly arrived in front of them. "You two, what are you doing? Are you also here to steal Ask the Heaven's Sword?" No, we are reading people." Chu Yang quickly smiled apologetically. "Humph, reading people is even worse." The burly man stared at him angrily. "Behave." Yes. Chu Yang nodded like a chicken pecking rice. The burly man left. After a while, another group of people came to investigate. After 7 or 8 rounds of questioning, there was a sudden commotion in front of them. There were sounds of fighting. "Bastard! You are allowed to come, but we are not allowed to? What kind of logic is this?" Someone said angrily, "You are not allowed." "What? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. If you still want Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber, I will kill you." An unreasonable voice said, "What? Ask the Heaven's Sword is yours?" Someone on the side was annoyed by this. "What? You don't like it? Are you itching for a beating? Beat your uncle. Teach him." Immediately, The fight between 3 to 5 people became a fight between dozens of people. Then there was a yes. Who hit the old man? Motherfucker. Who shot out the hidden weapons? Come out. Someone was enraged and was caught in the crossfire. Bastard. You hit the old man's asterisk. Ouch. It hurts so much. Motherfucker. Underworld Saber is the old man. Ask the Heaven's Sword is grandpa's. Hundreds of people started fighting. Curses, angry roars, miserable screams, the sound of wind breaking, the sound of clothes fluttering, the sound of people cursing their mothers, cursing their ancestors. Someone even shouted loudly, I am the Underworld Saber Saint Xia Huangquan, the 338th generation of the Sun Xia border stream. Let me in. As soon as this guy shouted, dozens of people rushed over and beat him up. Die your grandmother. Who told you to be an underworld? Who told you to be an underworld? You are Xia Huangquan's grandson. You are my grandson. You are the 338th generation. I think you are just AB*TCH. Suddenly, the north gate was filled with laughter, curses, and punches. Some people were laughing, some were crying, some were screaming, and some were screaming. In just a moment, how could it be so lively? And this was only the northern gate. The other 3 gates were also in a mess. In fact, it was even messier than this one. Woo-woo. A loud horn sounded from the top of the city wall. Immediately after, someone shouted, Everyone, everyone, listen to me. The Jianghu people under the city wall slowly stopped fighting. On top of the city wall, a 40 to 50-year-old old man wearing a brocade robe stood proudly with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind as if he was riding the wind. Everyone. Regarding the matter of Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber, Prime Minister Diwu has investigated in detail. The brocade-robed old man scanned the crowd and saw that everyone was looking up at him. He couldn't help but smile. 8,000 years ago, there was no Ask the Heaven's Martial Saint, and there was no Underworld Saber Saint. In other words, this matter is purely a conspiracy. It is purely a conspiracy by King of Hell Chu. The brocade-robed old man shouted loudly, Your mother's fart. Before he could finish, hundreds of people started cursing at the same time. Grandma, you old bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Conspiracy. Your whole family is full of pubic hair. If you say there is none, then there is none? Who do you think you are? Bastard. If Diwu Qingro says there is none, then there is none? Did this old bastard come back from 8,000 years ago? Someone shouted loudly. Elder Jing, I've carefully investigated and verified it. I can prove that 8,000 years ago, Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint did exist. Underworld Saber Saint did exist. Someone shouted loudly, This matter is confirmed without a doubt. This matter is too simple. Diwu Qingro wants to take Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber for himself. Diwu Qingro, do you think the heroes of the world are idiots? Chu Yang squatted in the crowd and shouted while pinching his nose. The power of this shout was even greater. The people below were already very emotional. They were like a bag of explosives that had been brewing. Chu Yang's shout completely ignited them and caused them to explode. Damn Diwu Qingro. Quickly open the gates. Despicable Diwu Qingro. Despicable and dirty Diwu Qingro. Bastard Diwu Qingro, you have been cuckolded for generations. I don't know where you came from, but you still want to take Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber for yourself. Charge. Kill. Charge in. Charge in. Ask the Heaven's Sword is inside. Yes. Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber must be in Continent City right now. Otherwise, why won't Diwu Qingro let us in? Chu Xie pinched his nose and shouted angrily, Maybe Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber are already in Diwu Qingro's hands. Diwu Qingro won't let us in because he is breaking the Martial Saint imprint. This sentence immediately woke everyone up from their dream. Yes, it must be so. Bastard Diwu Qingro. Minister Chu shouted loudly. Bastard Diwu Qingro. Your 18 generations of ancestors. Thousands of people shouted at the same time. Everyone felt that this sentence was right in their hearts. Cursing made them very happy. Charge in. Destroy the city gate. Break the city gate. Gu Duxing pinched his nose and shouted from behind. This coffin face was so excited that his face turned red. That's right. Destroy the city gate. Thousands of people rushed forward. Ouch. Silence. The voice of the old man on the city wall changed. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished for treason. His entire family will be executed. Fuck your ancestors. I've always been in the Jianghu, and I'm just a fucking bachelor. If Diwu Ro has the ability to exterminate the old clan, then go ahead. You're right. Even if he was old, he would still be single and his entire family would be executed? Copy your mother's head. To be honest, there weren't many of these Jianghu men who had families. Moreover, all of them were fugitives. Why would they care about the extermination of their families? He actually dares to threaten us, this bastard Diwu Ro. King of Hell Chu hid in the crowd and shouted, "Do you think that we, the people of Jianghu, can be scared by this dog official?" Ayo, ayo, ayo. Instantly, the crowd's emotions became even more intense. There were already 40 to 50 people who rushed to the city wall. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, money, hooks, and tridents were all used to attack the city gate. Ding, 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 dong, 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 boom, 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 dang, dang, dang. All kinds of weird sounds of people hitting the city gate sounded like a storm. Not long after, a good city gate had become full of bumps and hollows. It must be said that the power of the crowd was enormous. On the city wall, the soldiers unsheathed their sabers and drew their arrows. However, the commander was hesitant and didn't dare to give the order. He knew that if he were to shoot an arrow, he would not be able to suppress today's uprising. But even if an arrow wasn't released, as long as the city gate wasn't opened, the tempers of these people would still be uncontrollable. Chapter 240. The crowd was like a tidal wave, shouting and rushing in. The city gate was not small. When it opened, it was wide enough for more than a dozen tall horses to advance side by side. But when the city gate opened, experts from all directions rushed in at the same time. The next moment, they collided together and squeezed into a lump of metal. The city gate opened by itself, but hundreds of people squeezed together. At this moment, no one could enter. Only the sound of shouting and cursing was heard, resounding through the clouds. Fuck you. You're squeezing your ancestors. Ayaya. You're squeezing me to death. You're squeezing me to death. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You're trying so hard to squeeze me to death. The most ridiculous thing was that there were two burly men in the crowd. Their faces were full of whiskers, and they were slightly stronger. They were squeezed together, and after a few fiddles, they were actually pushed up by the crowd and were a head taller than everyone else. Both of them were red in the face and ears. Their beards were about to explode. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and their faces were actually nose to nose and mouth to mouth. Once they opened their mouths, they began to eat each other's saliva. This kind of explosive phenomenon appeared in front of everyone's eyes and immediately caused a burst of laughter. Although everyone was squeezed so tightly that they could not move, they still could not help but laugh. This laughter was incredible. Everyone's bellies contracted and swelled. Instantly, the pressure increased. This is the pugilistic world. This is the pugilistic world. Chu Yang looked at the scene in front of him but did not laugh. If it were the army, even if there were 1,000,000 people outside the city gate, this would not happen. But there are less than 10,000 people here, and they actually made such a joke? The mob. Gu Duxing commented accurately. That's right. Compared to the army, the pugilistic world is a mob. Every single one of these people had a much higher cultivation base than the average soldier. One person can even deal with a group of soldiers. But if 1,000 pugilistic world people like this fight with 1,000 well-trained soldiers, the losers will definitely be the pugilistic world people. Even if the army loses 1,000 people, it will not be a big deal. Chu Yang said in a deep voice, therefore, there's a saying in the army. 1 Jianghu man is strong, 10 Jianghu men are terrifying. 100 Jianghu men are insignificant, but 1,000 Jianghu men are just a pile of meat waiting to be cut. Gu Duxing thought about it carefully and finally nodded in agreement. Therefore, Jianghu people are only suitable for Jianghu people. Chu Yang concluded, don't ever expect them to do anything big. At this moment, the crowd in front of the city gate finally dispersed and began to fight to enter the state capital. Their faces were flushed red. It was as if Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber were right in front of them, waiting for them to take them. When more than half of the crowd had left, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing started to walk towards the city. He could only take a few steps. He saw the two of them fighting on the ground. You punch me, I punch you back. Both of them were rolling on the ground outside the city. They were the two people who were kissing in the air. Obviously, the two of them felt that it was too shameful. Chu Yang smiled and walked around the two of them into the city. After walking for a while, he could still hear the sounds of punching and kicking mixed with painful yelling and cursing. What do you think they are doing now? Chu Yang asked with a smile. I guess. There must be two people who are using the jade tokens you swindled to be guests at Diwu Qingrou's place. As for the other two, they should still be stirring up trouble. Gu Duxing said with certainty. Yes, I thought about it when I assigned them. Chu Yang laughed. GMO is a lazy person. If he can sit, he won't stand. If there's a place for him to rest, he will naturally go. Plus, Miao Butong has a kleptomaniac habit. Being a guest at such a big family's place is convenient. Haha, Gu Duxing rolled his eyes. This boss even has a kleptomaniac habit. As for Dong Wushang, he is a martial arts fanatic. With a sword in hand, he will naturally stir up trouble. The more people fight with him, the more excited he is. So, he must still be fighting now. Chu Yang counted with his fingers. Then, what about Luo Ku Di? Yes, although Luo Ku Di is also a person who wants to see the world in chaos, this guy is also a bit of a bully. So, once the enemy is strong, Luo Ku Di's role will come. He will pull Dong Wushang and run away immediately. Chu Yang smiled amusedly. If it's only Dong Wushang, he won't run away until the last moment. That's too dangerous. But it's different with Luo Ku Di. I see. Gu Duxing finally understood the real purpose of Chu Yang's arrangement. He didn't just consider character, but also considered what might happen, the danger they might encounter, and the way to deal with it. If that's the case, why did you switch sabers and swords? Gu Duxing said in bewilderment. You know that GMO is good with swords, and Dong Wushang is good with sabers. But you still let GMO use sabers, and Dong Wushang use swords. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? It's not putting the cart before the horse. Chu Yang said in a heavy voice. First of all, GMO has his own sword. So, we can't let him fight with another sword for a long time. Because this will cause the fusion between his spirit and his sword energy to become uncoordinated or incomplete. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. Chu Yang's words were somewhat mysterious. But if one wasn't an expert in the way of the sword, one definitely wouldn't be able to say such words. Every sword, even if it was made of ordinary metal, had its own soul. Spirituality. That was the principle. And Dong Wushang is the same principle. But to Dong Wushang, he's too obsessed with sabers. This is a good thing. But there's one thing that's disadvantageous. That is, the way of the saber and the way of the sword are interlinked. Especially the lightness of the way of the sword. It's incomparable before the way of the saber reaches the peak. Other than protecting the spirituality of Dong Wushang's saber, I also want Dong Wushang to experience some lightness of the way of the sword during this period of life and death battles. The closer he is to life and death, the more he can achieve breakthroughs. This will be the greatest benefit to his cultivation of the way of the saber. Chu Yang said casually, if I explain these things in advance, it won't work. So I purposely arranged it this way. I only hope that Dong Wushang can comprehend it himself. So that's how it is. Gu Duxing pondered. He couldn't help but admire Chu Yang more and more. Chu Yang's meticulous thinking had already reached the point where he didn't care about anything, big or small. Who would have thought that his simple arrangement of a saber and a sword would have such a deep meaning? Didn't you say that it was a foreshadowing? Gu Duxing said. Why didn't you use it now? Instead, you let GMO and Miao Butong go? Isn't this foreshadowing? Chu Yang said in surprise. Haven't I already used my foreshadowing? Used? Gu Duxing opened his eyes wide. At that time, I revealed the names of GMO and the others in front of Cheng Yunhe. Naturally, they would be able to find out their identities. And the situation at that time was very strange. If I said that King of Hell Chu didn't arrange it, I'm afraid no one would believe it. At the very least, someone at Diwu Qing Ro's side would have seen through it. Chu Yang said with a smile. So, when GMO and the others arrived at Great Zhao, Diwu Qing Ro's people would subconsciously think that I was among them. Do you understand? So they would watch GMO and Miao Butong closely? They would hope to find you from them. Gu Duxing was happy. So, I already told GMO and Miao Butong to return to Great Zhao after they were done, and I would not contact them in Great Zhao. Chu Yang said with a smile. I don't know what expression Diwu Qing Ro or Cheng Yun he would have when they see GMO and Miao Butong. Gu Duxing shook his head and sighed. I'm sure they would be very depressed. Haha. Chu Yang laughed. They obviously knew that these two were King of Hell Chu's brothers, but they didn't dare to make a move. Gu Duxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Once they made a move, they would provoke two big clans. They didn't dare to relax, but they also didn't dare to get too close. And these two were shameless people. Gu Duxing sighed. I can totally imagine Diwu Qing Ro's mood. Diwu Qing Ro's mood was indeed very bad. It could be said that it was terrible. Suddenly, Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber appeared. They almost made Diwu Qing Ro explode in anger. Diwu Qing Ro had always been expressionless. Even if the army was defeated and lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers in one day, Diwu Qing Ro would not even frown. But now, this matter really made him so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. The Heaven's Strange records were right next to his hand. All the major events of the next tens of thousands of years were inside. Where was Ask the Heaven's Sword Saint? Not to mention Underworld Saber Teeth. To think that such a sword and a saber would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Wouldn't that be extremely depressing? And the most depressing thing was, this matter could not be explained clearly. Diwu Qing Ro had once asked people to take out the Heaven's Strange records to explain, and the result was that it was almost burned. Isn't this history decided by you? A king-level master who saw it said with conviction, who are you trying to fool with a broken book? Do you really think that everyone in the world is stupid? This kind of thing. You can throw out dozens of gold tails and take out as many books as you want. Such words made Prime Minister Diwu furious. He had never seen someone who did not know what was good for him. But Diwu Qing Ro had also realized the seriousness of this matter from this incident. A king-level master easily believed this rumor and did not even acknowledge the truth of the boat. What about other people? Ordinary Jianghu people were even more irrational. Prime Minister's manner. Yunhe, what about that Duke Ji? Diwu Qing Ro frowned. Did he bring that saber and sword? Both of them have sabers and swords. Duke GMO has a long sword, but Duke Miao only has a short saber. Cheng Yun, he said cautiously, in my opinion, that Duke Ji's sword should not be Ask the Heaven's Sword. Ask the Heaven's Sword? Gaosheng sneered. What Ask the Heaven's Sword? It is just a conspiracy. That Duke Ji is GMO tomorrow. I will go meet him. Chapter 241. GMO. Second Duke Ji. You are so arrogant, ah. A clear voice said. Who is it? GMO stretched out his words and lazily opened his eyes. Suddenly, he exclaimed and stood up. Young Master Gao? Why are you here? Ha. A distinguished guest is truly a great honor. Brother Cheng, serve tea. Serve good tea. Cheng Yun, his face darkened. He had the urge to kick this bastard out. You really think this is your own house? How dare he order her around like a servant? Cheng Yun, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and order the maids to serve tea. Then, he slipped away. Let Gao Jing deal with them. Cheng Yun, he had had enough of these days. This second Duke Ji did not have the consciousness of a guest. He directly came to his own clan and acted as if it was his own courtyard. Who could stand this? Brother Ji, why are you interested in coming to the prefecture to play? Gaosheng sat down and asked with a smile. Young Master Gao, you are wrong. GMO sat up and said, my legs are my own. I can go wherever I want to go. Besides, This prefecture capital is not your Gao clan's property. Why can you come, but I can't? Of course not. Gao Sheng had great self-restraint. He smiled and said, I am just afraid that Brother Ji will get lost. If you can't go back, that would be terrible. Even if I lost my way, I wouldn't run to Brother Gao's father-in-law's house. GMO mischievously laughed and said, Young Master Gao, I heard that young Lady Huyan has also come to the lower three heavens for this time's training. It seems that you and your fiancé will reunite in the prefecture capital. Gao Sheng's expression changed. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. The Miss Huyan that GMO was talking about was the second miss of the Huyan family. She was Gao Sheng's fiancée. It was said that she had big arms and a round waist. She had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Grand Duke Gao Sheng didn't seem very satisfied with this marriage. If not for this Miss Huyan, Gao Sheng would not have hidden at Diwu Qingrou's place. Now that GMO mentioned it, he was poking at his sore spot. I heard that Miss Huyan is devoted to Brother Gao. She chased him from the third heavens for tens of thousands of miles, all the way to the lower 3 heavens. GMO laughed mischievously and said, Young Master Gao, the beauty's affection is heavy. You must not let her down. If you say one more word, do you believe that I will immediately tear your mouth? Gao Sheng gnashed his teeth and said in a low and ferocious voice, I'm so scared of you. GMO snorted and said, If you threaten me again, do you believe that I won't immediately announce to the world that you are here? Let your fiancé come to you and get intimate with you? The two of them gritted their teeth and glared at each other like fighting cocks. After a long time, they suddenly laughed at the same time. Gao Sheng comfortably buried his body into the chair and said, GMO, I heard that you were in Iron Cloud during this time? Well, I really didn't know that you were in Great Zhao. You are quite well informed. GMO finally got up from the recliner and sat across from Gao Sheng. Since you are in Iron Cloud, have you seen the famous King of Helchu? Gao Sheng asked with great interest. What about King of Helchu? GMO sighed and said, Gao Sheng, I know why you came here today, but I can't tell you about this matter. Oh? Why? You have your friends. I also have my contacts. GMO said bluntly, as you said, since I am an Iron Cloud, it is impossible for me not to know King of Helchu. But I regard him as a friend. Do you understand what I mean? The smile on Gao Sheng's face disappeared. He said somewhat seriously, You mean, King of Helchu is your friend? Yes, that's what I said. GMO nodded seriously. That's why I can't tell you anything about him. I understand. Gao Sheng nodded silently and said with a smile, I won't force you. He originally wanted to fish for information, but before he could even begin, GMO had already made it clear. Moreover, he had already made it clear that there was no way forward. You have your friends. I also have mine. You can't betray your friends. I can't either. Gao Sheng thought in his heart. Since GMO said so, then he must not be lying. He didn't know that even though GMO didn't lie, he was still hiding something. He and King of Helchu were not just friends. They were brothers. This is... Gao Sheng looked at Ji Butong. In Butong. Rui Butong nodded and smiled. Young Master Gao, I have heard a lot about you. Young Master Yin is also from Santian? Gao Sheng asked with interest. I wonder which clan has a young talent like young Master Ji? I don't dare to call myself a young talent. As for a clan, there is none. Ji Butong smiled. Young Master Gao thinks too highly of me. You don't know him? GMO pointed at Ji Butong and asked in surprise, Gao Sheng, you didn't come down to train recently, right? I feel that you have been down here for a long time. It's been almost 2 years. Gao Sheng sighed. In order to avoid that hag, he couldn't go back home for 2 years. Speaking of which, it was really bitter. No wonder. GMO said, even if you don't know Rui Butong, you should know Stealing God and Thieving Ghost, right? Stealing God and Thieving Ghost? Gao Jing suddenly became serious. Could it be? Rui Butong is the common disciple of Stealing God and Thieving Ghost. A year ago, he made his debut in Santian. The name Tong Tian Thief was very famous. GMO looked at Gao Sheng from the corner of his eyes. You are really ignorant. So it was you. Gao Sheng was shocked. He thought this was King of Hell Chu, but it turned out to be a great thief. Knowing Rue Bu Tong's identity, Gao Sheng had a headache. Then, Brother Ji, the more than 100 big theft cases, were all done by you? As he said this, Gao Sheng swallowed his saliva. There were several million taels of silver notes and some strange treasures. Gao Sheng was envious of these things. Silver notes were not very useful in upper three heavens, but in upper three heavens, they were common goods. What a huge fortune this was! But for Great Zhao, this was a big case. The culprit was the disciple of Stealing God and Thieving Ghost. He could not catch him. If he angered Stealing God and Thieving Ghost, Diwu Qing Ro's Great Zhao Empire and his Gao clan would be in trouble. You think I want to do it? Gmo Bu Tong said angrily. It is all because of Second Duke Ji. He is so poor that he is crazy. Every day, he forces me to steal. Gao Sheng rolled his eyes. You are the disciple of Stealing God and Thieving Ghost. Who would dare to force you? You are the one who is itchy. You are alive because of King of Hell Chu's request, and you are pushing the blame to GMO. Yes, yes. Young Master Gao, this money is too easy to come by. GMO was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He reached into his bag and took out a large amount of silver notes. He gave it to GMO. Take it, take it. We can spend money together. I, GMO, am not a stingy person. Gao Sheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. GMO, let me ask you something. Since we are both from the three heavens, you have to answer me truthfully. Gao Sheng rejected GMO's silver notes and said seriously, if King of Hell Chu and Great Zhao, what is your position? After a while, I will return to the three heavens. GMO said casually. Oh, that is great. Gao Sheng said with a smile. Young Master Gao, do you know where the Ji clan's trainees went? Brother Ling and the others are also coming to the province. Gao Sheng sighed. Not only your Ji clan, but also the Luo clan, Gu clan, Emo clan, Black Saber clan, Lu clan, Dong clan, Wang clan. Almost all the clans that came to train are coming to the province. Just by counting on his fingers, Gao Sheng felt a headache coming on. It's all because of Underworld Saber and Ask the Heavens sword that appeared out of nowhere. Sigh, this is really a trap. As Gao Sheng said this, he looked at Gmo's face. I've also heard of Ask the Heavens sword. Gmo furrowed his brows, his face deep in thought. But, Brother Gao, I've never heard of a Ask the Heavens sword saint 8,000 years ago. Could it be? The clan's records are wrong? Motherfucker, what Ask the Heavens sword saint? It is completely false. Gao Sheng cursed. That bastard King of Hell Chu purposely came up with a scheme to cause internal strife in Great Zhao. That is a matter between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud. What does it have to do with you? GMO rolled his eyes. You just want to watch the show. It is like watching a play. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that you want to participate in the struggle for power in the lower three heavens? Young Master Gao, could it be that your Gao clan is living too comfortably? Are you looking for excitement? Gao Sheng immediately calmed down and laughed dryly. Nonsense. How could I do that? GMO sneered in his heart. You won't do that? As if. Gao Sheng once again kissed GMO in a roundabout way for a while. Unfortunately, GMO didn't leak anything. If he asked too much, GMO would act shamelessly and talk nonsense with his eyes wide open. However, the strength of the two families was comparable. Gao Sheng didn't dare to casually offend this second young master of the Ji clan. After a long time, he had nothing to show for it. He could only leave resentfully. That night, the great Zhao prefecture's capital was in turmoil. Underworld Saber suddenly appeared in the east of the city, then in the west of the city. Suddenly, it killed a bloody path. Suddenly, it carried people and went back and forth to perform divination. The entire prefecture was like a pot of boiling water, rising and falling one after another. That night, at least 1 million people could not sleep. Dong Wushang and Luo Ku were playing crazily. In addition, they had changed their appearances so no one could recognize them. They were even more unscrupulous. Dong Wushang took the saber and went out to cause trouble. Luo Ku covered for him while looking for a few big clans to rob. He did not have the same methods as Ji Bu Tong, but he was more direct. He directly went in to rob. For a while, there was chaos. Chapter 242. The state capital is in chaos. Chu Yang stayed on the top floor of the state capital's largest inn, looking at the people in all directions and listening to the chaos in all directions. He said with some satisfaction, Dong Wushang is fighting very happily. Gu Duxing was a little envious. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's temperament was similar. They were both somewhat introverted battle maniacs. They thirsted for battle and killing. Naturally, they also hoped that they could be like Dong Wushang and fight to their heart's content. The only difference was that Gu Duxing was the calm battle type, while Dong Wushang would definitely become more and more fanatical the more he fought. This chaos is not enough. Chu Yang pondered and said, this chaos is only on the surface. Once those powerful disciples from the big clans arrive, it will be settled very quickly. After all, they all know that 8,000 years ago, when Tian Martial Saint and Netherworld Saber Saint did not interfere, Chu Yang sighed and said, how should we promote this matter? Not necessarily. Gu Duxing smiled and said, this idea was GMO's. Since GMO came up with such an idea, and it was obviously carefully considered by the four of them, there must be a purpose. It will not be so simple. Purpose? Chu Yang was stunned. When GMO took away the saber, didn't he let you draw a mark on the saber? Gu Duxing said in a low voice, although I grew up in the Gu clan, I am not a direct descendant. So, I did not have the opportunity to see some of the treasured books of the big clans. Gu Duxing said in a low voice, but GMO is a direct descendant of the G clan. Although I do not know the purpose of GMO drawing that mark, I know that there must be a deeper meaning. According to my guess, only when that secret mark is discovered by others and the scam of when Tian Martial Saint is exposed, there will be an even bigger commotion. Gu Duxing sighed and said, now I am only worried that he will not make this matter too big. Otherwise, if the big clans of the three heavens also participate in the fight, then it will be a real disaster. Chu Yang frowned. He thought carefully for a long time. Then, he said with uncertainty, it can't be, right? Haha. Gu Duxing's cold lips revealed a trace of a warm smile as he said, perhaps you've realized it yourself. We brothers have been fighting each other since the moment we met. Neither of us is willing to submit to the other. But you've always been able to suppress the internal strife to a level that everyone can tolerate. At that time, you were far weaker than them, but you were able to control the entire situation and even change everyone's mood. This already convinced them. Later on, with your help, everyone improved greatly, and it was confirmed that your position as the boss was unshakable. For any one of the three heavens clans, subduing so many two dukes at the same time was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but you did it. Of course, this is because you don't belong to any of the clans in the three heavens. However, there is no need to doubt your ability. Gu Duxing said deeply, later on, when everyone sparred with you, you were basically being abused. But you didn't get angry. Instead, you were happy with it. This promoted the formation of the word, brothers. There is nothing unacceptable between brothers. The boss is not a high and mighty leader. He is just a member. This made everyone feel comfortable and warm. Chu Yang was deep in thought. He didn't speak. So, after that month, we were already inseparable. Gu Duxing's eyes revealed a smile. When you suddenly mentioned dealing with Imo Tianyun, the five of us were surprised. At that time, we analyzed it. Then, you seem to have changed your mind and didn't mention it again. But GMO and the others all knew that it wasn't that you didn't want to mention it, or not that you didn't want to do it. You just didn't want to discuss it with them. You mentioned dealing with Imo Tianyun because of Xiao Wu. At that time, you were a little impulsive. Later on, you considered the clans of the brothers, so you didn't mention it. But the brothers didn't want to. Because you said not to mention it, they didn't want to. You wanted to cause internal strife in Great Zhao. You wanted to create a storm in the provinces for the sake of the dynasty's power struggle. But GMO and the others created this matter. They wanted to create a storm among the clans of the three heavens. Chu Yang suddenly understood. This way, it would be much easier for you to deal with Imo Tianyun. Plus, in a chaotic place, even if Imo Tianyun really died, no one would suspect you. After all, King of Hell Chu is still an iron cloud right now. This was the last thing the brothers did for you before they left, Gu Duxing quietly said. Even though they didn't say it beforehand, as long as they did it, they would do it to the best of their abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left with peace of mind. Chu Yang, from the day we truly treated each other as brothers, we each had the most precious treasures and almost half of the clans of the three heavens. Maybe they thought about this point, or maybe they didn't realize it. But after many years, this kind of glory is just around the corner. So, I guess that Ask the Heaven Sword and Underworld Saber are just the beginning, Gu Duxing quietly said. Chu Yang's heart warmed. Gu Duxing's words set off stormy waves in his heart. He slowly walked to the window and looked at the night outside. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "Such brothers, such feelings. How could I forget? If you don't betray me, I won't betray you. Duxing, the future of us brothers won't just be in three heavens." Gu Duxing faintly smiled. He seemed to be able to grasp Chu Yang's state of mind and said, "Chu Yang, no matter what you do, don't rush. To deal with Diwu Qingro, your plan was almost flawless. But to deal with Emo Tianyun, you were a bit too hasty." Yes, how could Chu Yang not know? But when he thought about Emo Qingwu's situation, he couldn't help it. Also, this time, when we go to Great Zhao, we need an identity. Gu Duxing walked to his side and looked at the night sky reflected by the white snow outside with him. He said, "We have to participate in this chaos. Body gems have already been prepared." "No." Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, "Right now, we only need to snatch. Participate in the fight for this saber and this sword." "Wonderful." Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. As long as the two of them participated in the fight and made a name for themselves, they would have an identity even if they didn't have one. This way, not only would the water be muddier, but it would also prevent people from suspecting King of Hell Chu. Because this entire matter was King of Hell Chu's scheme. Who would have thought that King of Hell Chu would personally participate in the fight? "Let's go." Chu Yang exerted force on his feet and went out through the window. Gu Duxing's body was like the wind as he followed closely beside him. The two shadows blended into the night together. Dong Wushang held Ask the Heaven Sword and killed in all directions. After fighting with a sword for a long time, Dong Wushang went from being uncomfortable in the beginning to being able to use it with ease. Slowly, his heart gained a lot of insights, and his own martial arts, in this period of fighting and tempering, became more and more mature. Faintly, there was a tendency to break through to the Saber Grandmaster level. This made Dong Wushang very surprised. He had been using a sword all this time. How could his saber skills improve so quickly? But doubts were doubts, and he didn't give up on this insight for even a moment. As his thoughts flashed, his hands didn't stop as he roared, "You want to steal my Ask the Heaven Sword with just these few people? Are you worthy?" The sword aura suddenly spread out, and a rainbow suddenly flashed in the dark night. The clear sound was like pearls falling on a jade plate, and all the weapons attacking from all directions were cut in half in the first moment. 7 or 8 people simultaneously retreated in shock, and the surrounding people revealed a burning look in their eyes at the same time. Ask the Heaven Sword. It was indeed a divine weapon that had been passed down through the ages. With this level of sharpness, the sword cut through more than 10 weapons without any damage to the sword. If the martial saint seal was activated, everyone shouted, "Leave the sword!" They were so excited that they almost danced with joy as they pounced forward and bombarded him. Dong Wushang's face was cold. His long sword shook and suddenly drew a big sword flower. He didn't dodge or evade as he faced them head-on. Sonorous sounds rang out continuously. Dong Wushang shouted, "Grandpa, please excuse me." He arrogantly cut a path through the crowd. His body flashed, and with blood dripping from his body, he rushed up to the treetops and sped away. Everyone was angry and anxious, yelling and shouting as they followed. Dong Wushang was like a marathon runner, swaggering across the city in a flashy manner. Moreover, he had that sword light that was like his signature. Along the way, people constantly noticed him. Isn't that Ask the Heaven Sword? Chase. Running wildly and circling around, The number of people behind Dong Wushang had increased from dozens to hundreds. But second young Master Dong was getting more and more excited. He felt his fighting spirit rising higher and higher. The saber energy in his heart was also expanding and was being stimulated. He was breaking through. Ao touch, Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly, he jumped up. Under extreme excitement, he actually soared into the sky. This time, he was like a bull leaping Tinjiang into the sky. His arm fiercely raised, and the sword tip pierced straight into the sky. Yuan Qi poured into the sword like a raging tide, reflecting the starlight and moonlight in the sky. Suddenly, it was as dazzling as a small sun. This time, not to mention the people following below, even the people in a radius of dozens of li could see it. Immediately, cries of surprise rose one after another. Large groups of people rushed over. But just as everyone was about to move, they stopped in shock, because Dong Wushang, who was in the air, had let out another roar. Suddenly, a dense aura burst out. His body also stopped in the air at this moment. Grandmaster Dan, breakthrough. At this time, the breakthrough that had been brewing for a long time suddenly came. Dong Wushang suddenly roared in the air, as if he was showing off. This grandpa has broken through again. Wahahaha. Ask the Heaven Sword is indeed a divine item. Seeing this scene, thousands of Jianghu people's eyes almost turned red at the same time. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ask the Heaven Sword's power. It actually broke through while being chased. How awesome was this? Chapter 243. Breaking through while being chased. Who in Jianghu had not been chased before? Who was not in a difficult situation when being chased? Being able to escape was already good enough. How could they talk about breaking through? But this lucky bastard in front of them, he actually broke through while being chased. Why was this? Without a doubt, this was the power of Ask the Heaven Sword. This was the mystery of Ask the Heaven Sword. Dong Wushang glided down from the sky with a resplendent sword light. He roared, "Come, eat my Ask the Heaven Sword." The people below almost vomited blood. This bastard, he really took advantage of the situation and still wanted to show off. Ayo! With a cry, hundreds of people rushed up at the same time. Dong Wushang's long sword made contact with the forest of weapons below. It bounced back and flew away like a meteor. There were already many Jianghu people on the rooftops waiting for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, they all moved to block him. But how could they block the sharpness of Ask the Heaven Sword? With a crash, the broken swords had not yet landed on the ground when Dong Wushang had already rushed out of the encirclement. Nearly 1,000 people rushed forward at the same time, as if they were riding on clouds. Dong Wushang lowered his head and ran wildly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of a very imposing government office. It was the Ministry of War office of Great Zhao. There were still several groups of soldiers patrolling and guarding. "Who is it? Stop!" An order was shouted. Dong Wushang did not pay attention to it. Like a whirlwind, his 2 legs kicked continuously. 7 or 8 soldiers were kicked up by him. In the blink of an eye, a path was cleared. Dong Wushang was already in front of the tightly shut entrance of the Ministry of War office. With a flash of Ask the Heaven Sword, Dong Wushang and his sword crashed into the door. With a boom, a big hole was created. Dong Wushang's body rolled inside and immediately disappeared. Behind him, more than 1,000 Jianghu people rushed over and saw Dong Wushang barging into the Ministry of War's Yamen. Enraged, they almost didn't even think about it as they rushed towards the entrance of the Ministry of War's Yamen. "Stop! Stop!" The voice of the guard was already high-pitched. "This is an important military area. Who dares to barge in?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked to the ground. Immediately after, numerous large feet stepped on his body. Everyone screamed and rushed into the Ministry of War. In the blink of an eye, the solemn and dignified Ministry of War had turned into a pot of porridge. The soldiers of the garrison woke up from their dreams and came out to stop them. In the next moment, they were already fighting in a daze. With a loud bang, Dong Wushang broke through one side of the wall with his sword in tow. He seemed to have rushed out in a panic. only to see several hundred Jianghu people glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. He let out a startled cry and fled back like lightning. With a loud bang, he broke another big hole in the other side. When these people saw that this was the Ministry of War's Yamen, they had some misgivings. They did not impulsively rush in like the others and only watched. However, when they saw the owner of Ask the Heaven's Sword running out in a panic and then retreating back, it was like a piece of fat meat falling out of their mouths. How could he endure it? With this shout, everyone's heads turned hot. How could they still recognize that this was the Ministry of War's Yamen? Regardless of anything else, he followed behind and rushed in. With a loud bang, the wall on this side of the Ministry of War's Yamen collapsed. The urgent and mournful sound of a bugle horn was heard. It was the soldiers guarding the Ministry of War's bugle horn calling for backup. Immediately, the sound of the bugle horn came from all directions. The number of Jianghu people chasing after them slowly increased. These people did not know where Ask the Heaven's Sword went, but they did not dare to barge into the Ministry of War, so they all stopped. But at this moment, they heard an angry roar. If you want to steal Ask the Heaven's Sword, you have to take my life first. Then, they saw a bright sword light shoot up to the sky. Screams immediately filled the air. They could not help but feel refreshed. An old man with the cultivation of a revered martial artist shouted, "I will go in and take a look." He flew up and barged into the Ministry of War's Yamen. Everyone looked at each other. They saw that more and more Jianghu people were gathering, and their courage was growing. Everyone thought of the words, "The law cannot punish the masses." Suddenly, someone yelled, "Ask the Heaven's Sword is inside. What are we waiting for?" This yell ignited the night sky. Everyone immediately roared and rushed into the already dilapidated Ministry of War's Yamen with an earth-shattering momentum. After entering, they discovered that the inside was already in ruins. The ground was littered with corpses. There were soldiers and Jianghu people. Many of them had already died. The sounds of fighting and killing came from all directions. Screams came one after another. Everyone's eyes were red from killing. Some people were looking around suspiciously. Suddenly, an angry voice shouted, "This is an emergency. Who cares about the reason? Daring to barge into the Ministry of War's Yamen is a capital offense. Shoot the arrows." Shwa, shwa, shwa. Suddenly, arrows rained down from all directions. Caught off guard, dozens of people were immediately shot and screamed. The death of their comrades aroused the bloodlust of these Jianghu people. "Go! Fight them to the death. Fight these dogs to the death." With loud shouts, everyone unsheathed their swords and started fighting with the surrounding soldiers. The sound of horse hooves thundered. Reinforcements came from the nearby barracks. When the leader of the army saw the chaotic situation, he immediately made a decision. With a single order, the entire army charged in. A great battle was about to take place. Before the sound of horse hooves could be heard from all directions, the owner of Ask the Heaven's Sword, Dong Wushang, who had caused this chaos, had already broken through another wall in a very panicked manner and fled in panic. "Oh, whoa!" With a strange cry, young Master Luo Ku Di appeared with a bright sword light. He excitedly yelled, "Ask the Heaven's Sword is mine. You bastards dare to fight with me for it?" The sword light flashed and stopped more than half of the people chasing after Dong Wushang. Everyone was so angry that they almost fainted. Even if you want it, even if you are in a hurry, you should first get the sword, right? Now that you are not going to fight for it, instead you are stopping us. Isn't this just helping that guy escape? Their curses were correct. Luo Ku Di wanted to help Dong Wushang escape. After fighting excitedly for a while, Luo Ku Di turned around and ran. Why did that bastard run away? Leave the sword behind. A large wave of dizziness followed behind him and rushed over. Rumble. In front of them, a group of thousands of soldiers turned around the corner and rushed towards them. They were facing Luo Ku Di. "Brothers, let's kill them. The dog officials are here. We would rather die than kill these dog officials." "Oh, whoa." Luo Ku Di let out a strange cry and angrily rushed forward. "Release the arrows." The leader's expression did not change. His eyes flashed with a cold light. With one command, thousands of arrows were released. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, black arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. Luo Kadim madly yelled, "Dog officials! You are so ruthless!" He waved his sword and protected his whole body. Like a shooting star, he rushed into the army. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of weapons clashing against each other rang out. Luo Kadi had already kicked the leading general off his horse. Both of his legs kicked the general's dignified square face violently. "Who asked you to be so awesome? Who told you to be awesome? You son of AB*TCH. Ouch. The army surrounded Luo Kadi. Dozens of broadswords furiously hacked down towards Luo Kadi at the same time. Luo Kadi let out a loud cry, leaped up and scuttled out from under the belly of his horse. Hold on. Then, with a crash, he crashed into the wall of a big house and disappeared without a trace. The general, who was violently kicked by Luo Kadi for dozens of times, crawled up from the ground with his face covered in dust. Blood was gushing out from his nose and mouth. His face looked like a pig's head, and a few of his teeth were missing. With a ferocious look, he roared out, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Leave no one alive! Kill!" 2,000 soldiers rushed towards the hundreds of Jianghu people in front of them. These people had already suffered heavy casualties under the rain of arrows. At this moment, each of them wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Thousands of soldiers rushed over and immediately surrounded them. Swords and sabers were raised, arrows rained down like rain, and rows of javelins fell from the sky. Kill! 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 The leader of the army covered his eyes and nose. His anger and shame had almost solidified. When he heard the bugle call of the Ministry of War, he immediately led his army to reinforce them, but they were intercepted halfway. That guy did not show any mercy. He looked like he was about to be disfigured. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Since these people are your brothers, then I will kill them all. The city was suddenly filled with smoke. The sound of the bugle call came one after another. The chaos in the Ministry of War had not yet subsided. From another direction, there was an even bigger commotion. Ask the Heaven's Sword. Ask the Heaven's Sword is here. If someone was familiar with the city, they would know that the place where the commotion came from was the Ministry of Revenue of the Great Zhao Prefecture. The Ministry of War was already in ruins, and the Ministry of Revenue was in chaos again. Especially here, it was even more chaotic. Second young Master Dong Wushang brought thousands of people and rushed into the Ministry of Revenue. In the midst of the chaos, second young Master Dong coincidentally broke into the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue. This time, he was really awesome. Second young Master Dong was originally a madman who could use a 570 gene saber. Why would he care about anything else? With a kick, a gold cabinet flew into the air and suddenly fell down. At the same time, two Jianghu people who were chasing after him were smashed into meat paste. With a loud boom, the glistening gold scattered all over the ground. Wow, gold! Second young Master Luo Kudi, who had just arrived, was very excited. He used a voice that sounded like he was about to go crazy. "Awoo! So much gold! Everyone, quickly grab it! Motherfucker, there is only one Ask the Heaven's Sword. But there is so much gold. Motherfucker, this is real gold." As he said this, he picked up a few pieces for himself. Dong Wushang's powerful arms picked up the gold and silver cabinets one by one and threw them out. Immediately, the entire Ministry of Revenue was dazzling with a silver light. Boom! It was boiling. Chapter 244. And L/G wealth moves people's hearts. Pasun's words are indeed true. Gold and silver chests were scattered all over the ground. The white ones were silver, the yellow ones were gold, and the pieces were blinking under the starlight. Although this was only the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue, and not the national treasury, the gold and silver were still vast. Although these Jianghu people ate meat and drank wine, when had they ever seen so much gold and silver? Most of them had gold in their eyes. They all hated their parents for not giving them more hands. They grabbed the gold and silver and stuffed it into their arms. For a moment, Dong Wushang, the owner of Ask the Heaven's Sword, stood far away with his sword, and no one paid attention to him. Those who were still conscious were blocked by these people who were crazily snatching the gold and silver. Second young Master Luo howled and disappeared again. Following that, the mournful sound of a bugle horn was heard. The person who blew the horn obviously didn't know how to blow it. A broken voice shouted, "The bandits have robbed the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue. The bandits have robbed the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue." It was second young Master Luo who was shouting with all his might. The bugle horn sounded crazily from all directions. Large numbers of soldiers gathered in this direction. The leading general was one of the top 10 generals of the continent, Great Zhao's famous General Qiu Fengyang. The general's actions were extraordinary. With a shout, the sound of the bugle horn disappeared. Only then did the bugle horn of the Autumn Wind Army formation sound out in an orderly manner. Tens of thousands of soldiers advanced like a forest and surrounded the entire Ministry of Revenue. Qiu Fengyang's face was as cold as water. No one is allowed to escape. Capture them all. All the soldiers agreed loudly. Then, under the command of various officers, they began to attack. These were Great Zhao's elite soldiers. How could these motley crew resist them? Dong Wushang had already slipped away in the chaos. Just as this side came to an end, suddenly the sound of gongs and drums came from the west of the city. A raging fire rose to the sky. Underworld Saber has appeared here. A woo, touching dog ant. Duke GMO raised his poison spring saber. No one was chasing him. He simply found a secluded place and shouted while pinching his nose. The excitement in his voice was as if he had eaten 100 pounds of aphrodisiac. On the other side, Miao Butong carried a big bag and climbed out of a rich family's house. He shouted from the roof of the house, "Underworld Saber has appeared. Where are you going? Underworld Saber." The explosive barrel exploded. What? Underworld Saber also appeared? Let's go take a look. Hurry up, it will be gone if we are late. The figures were rushing over and over. GMO raised his Underworld Saber, which he feared others couldn't see and didn't know about, and swung it in the air. Unexpectedly, he didn't forget to scream, "Who is it? Who was so despicable? Sneak attack my old ass." Then he roared, "Who dares to steal my Underworld Saber?" In the dark, Gu Duxing and Chu Yang smiled at each other. A moment ago, Gu Duxing had pulled off a tile and ruthlessly smacked Jimo's buttocks. He really couldn't stand this guy's arrogance. Relying on the sharpness of Underworld Saber, he dashed left and right, jumping up and down in excitement, frothing at the mouth.
Echo?
This bastard's extreme joy begets sorrow. Chu Yang looked at GMO, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. There are several revered martial artists besieging him. This is the first wave of revered martial artists to appear in tonight's chaos. We need to be ready to attack at any time. Gu Duxing nodded, his right hand already lightly grasping the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, several figures flew over like shooting stars, instantly flashing into the battlefield and attacking at the same time. For revered martial artists, GMO suddenly felt an enormous pressure and couldn't help but shout and curse, "Bastard! So many people besieging me? If you have the guts, fight one-on-one." Even the people besieging him were stunned. To say one-on-one in this kind of situation, one must have a rich imagination. Following a loud shout, In Butong flashed out from the shadows, "Underworld Saber is mine." But at this moment, the four revered martial artists had already attacked at the same time. They split into 4 directions and attacked GMO together with the others. GMO was only a martial great master and under the heavy siege. How could he resist? Bang, bang, bang. GMO suffered a lot, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Suddenly, his back was hit by a palm from a distance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward. Then, a hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the back of Underworld Saber. A huge force instantly spread along the saber. GMO felt his hand go numb, and his chest was heavily shaken. Underworld Saber flew out of his hand. "We got it. Let's go." The person who snatched Underworld Saber shouted excitedly. 3 people surrounded him at the same time and rushed out side by side to protect him. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. Underworld Saber, a divine item that could allow one to break through to Saber Saint. They finally got it. Damn, Underworld Saber has been snatched away. Stop them. Miao Butong was so anxious that sweat appeared on the tip of his nose. GMO was also dumbfounded. Damn, according to my script, it can't be this far. This is bad. GMO was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. How did revered martial artists appear today? Leave Underworld Saber behind? Stop him. Ren Xiangxuan? No way. Kill. Underworld Saber is in the hands of those four fellows. In the blink of an eye, a dense crowd of people rushed over from all directions and surrounded the four revered martial artists. However, the four revered martial artists were all highly skilled and were not afraid of a fierce battle. They were not like GMO. Although GMO was holding a treasured saber, he didn't want to hurt people as much as possible. However, these four people didn't have any scruples about killing people with their treasured sabers in their hands. In an instant, a wave of blood was split open. One after another, heads were sent flying in the air like smashed watermelons. One of them had his head chopped off and flew a few feet into the air. He still had time to shout, "Underworld Saber is my treasure." The four of them were about to kill their way out of the encirclement. With their cultivation, before a large number of experts arrived at the provincial capital, they would be able to slip away without a trace. At that time, even if the entire world's army gathered, they might not be able to find them. GMO wanted to cry but had no tears. Rue Butong was also numb. How could it be like this? Suddenly, a black figure appeared out of nowhere and shouted, "Leave Underworld Saber behind." The long sword was like a dragon as it stabbed forward. A biting cold aura suddenly appeared with this sword. Before the sword arrived, the sword energy had already cut through the air and made a sound. The four of them turned pale with fright and cried out, "Swordsman!" This sword energy was grand and unstoppable. Facing the might of this sword, none of the four revered martial artists dared to meet it head-on. They did not dare to be careless and dodged one after another. In an instant, the four of them who had formed an iron wall were actually disintegrated by this one sword. The sword of a swordsman, the saber of a swordsman, was a violent and terrifying weapon of an expert of the same level. It was also a swordmaster, but as a swordmaster could easily wipe out an ordinary swordmaster. There was no comparison at all. The four of them dodged, but the devil-like sword did not change direction and swept towards the person holding the underworld saber. The sword energy was like a raging wave as it rushed forward. That person saw that he could no longer dodge. He closed his eyes and hurriedly raised the underworld saber to block. With a clang, the sword and saber collided and sparks flew everywhere. The sword energy of the swordsman was finally blocked and slowed down a little. That revered martial artist only felt that his head was dripping with sweat and his legs were almost soft. Luckily, the underworld saber was able to block that attack. Thinking about that lightning-fast sword, he felt as if his soul was drifting and a feeling of death filled his heart. In the next moment, the long sword was retracted like lightning. This revered martial artist turned around and ran without any integrity because he knew that the next step after the retraction of the sword was to stab again. Just now, the four of them could not block it, let alone him. So he turned around and ran while cursing in his heart, "You are already a swordsman. Why are you still trying to steal the underworld saber? Even if you steal it, can you even use it? This is so damn depressing. I have never heard of a swordsman stealing a saber. You should be stealing Ask the Heaven's sword, brother." But the swordsman was still chasing after him. He only felt that the sword energy behind him was cold and his back was full of poisonous snakes. It was creepy. "Want to run? Leave the saber behind, or leave your life behind." Just as he was panicking, a sharp sword chi suddenly locked onto him. It was as cold as the sword of a god, and wherever the sword chi pointed, it seemed to fill the sky with snowflakes. It was a cold, silvery white. It was another swordsman. There was an obstacle in front and a pursuer behind. Both of them wanted to kill him. This revered martial artist was scared out of his wits. In an instant, his face was full of tears. Being locked on by two swordsmen at the same time? Even a king-level expert would be flustered. I, I am only a revered martial artist. How could I be worthy of such treatment? You two think too highly of me. Two swordsmen trying to steal a saber? This revered martial artist did not have time to think about this unimaginable matter. He did not have the time to be depressed. At this moment, his only thought was to quickly throw away the hot potato that was Underworld Saber. Underworld Saber was good and could help a person become a saber saint. But if he lost his life, what was he going to do? I'll give you the Underworld Saber. This revered martial artist almost used a howl to urgently say this sentence. CUNG could guarantee that if he said this sentence a little slower, there would be two transparent holes on his body. Before he could finish speaking, the Underworld Saber in his hand impatiently flew out. I can give you my blade, but I can't give you my life. The martial saint closed his eyes and prayed in his heart, hoping that the other party would be merciful because of his obedience. However, at this moment, the unexpected happened. Chapter 245. With the appearance of the two swordsmen, the others kept quiet out of fear. It was obvious who the saber would be, but the saber was gliding in the air. Neither of the two swordsmen dared to grab it. Instead, they were confronting each other. Kanken, that kind of strict vigilance, that kind of serious posture, that kind of aura as if they were facing a great enemy, that kind of irreconcilable gaze. The crisscrossing sword energy emitted from the two swordsmen turned this cold winter night into a world of ice and snow. These two were actually confronting each other, guarding against each other. So these two were not on the same side? At this moment, the four revered martial artists regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. If we knew they were not on the same side, then we could have joined forces to deal with the other. Now, the saber that was already in our hands was given away by us. The saber continued to glide in the air. Coincidentally, it passed over Jimo's head. However, the original owner of the Underworld Saber, who was already injured, cheered and jumped up to snatch the Underworld Saber back. He laughed loudly. Two big idiots, thanks a lot. Ha ha ha. He made a turn in the air, as nimble as a swallow. With a whoosh, he blended into the night. Almost at the same time, everyone spat on the ground. Serves you right. You were right to scold. You were two big idiots. Humph. Calling you idiots is an insult to idiots. It was obviously to snatch the saber. What did you two swordsmen come here for? Now, no one got the saber. You two knocked the saber away, and then started to fight among yourselves. But no one dared to provoke these two. Everyone was cursing in their hearts, but they kept their heads down and chased after them. Then, the two swordsmen kept their swords at the same time. Then, the two actually followed behind the crowd and chased after them. This time, everyone wanted to cry but had no tears. They are still coming. Fuck me. GMO was running, so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. On the other hand, he was so jealous that he wanted to die. He was so jealous that tears were streaming down his face. Swordsman. Fuck. Gu Duxing is a swordsman now. Gu Duxing, who was originally as famous as me, is now a swordsman, and a revered sword master. Chu Yang is also a swordsman. GMO almost wanted to find a place where no one was around and cry out loud. What a huge difference. His heart was too unbalanced. After making a few turns, he got rid of his pursuers. When he met up with Miao Budong, he found that Miao Budong's face was also dejected. However, when Rue Budong saw GMO, his face immediately showed a kind of comforting expression that said, "Others are riding horses, I'm riding a donkey, there are worse things to come. Yes, I'm no match for Gu Duxing in the first place, so what's the big deal? Look at GMO. He's the most miserable one. Poor kid. He was originally neck and neck with GMO, but now, he's been left far behind." Thinking this way, not only did Miao Budong not feel uncomfortable in his heart, he actually became incomparably happy. Seeing GMO's face as he walked over, as if a donkey had been whipped 88 times, Miao Budong almost laughed out loud. The first sentence he said was, "Oh my, third brother, second brother is a swordsman now. It seems like he has broken through to sword venerable." This is great news. When we go back, we must drink a few cups of wine. GMO gritted his teeth. The muscles on his face almost spasmed as he said, "Shut up. I'm so envious." Miao Butong made an exaggerated gesture. Suddenly, he acted as if he had just woken up from a dream. Third brother GMO, I remember that you and second brother are equally famous in the three heavens. GMO's breath was heavy. His eyes shone as if he wanted to eat someone. Miao Butong was extremely happy. He recklessly continued to provoke, "Oh my. Now it seems that you are also an 8th grade martial great master? Woo woo, your advancement is so fast. I'm so envious." Woo woo. Of all people, he touched a sore spot. Looking at Miao Budong's shameless smile that had reached a certain level of schadenfreude, GMO gritted his teeth and suddenly laughed. "Brother?" "Yes," Miao Butong said evasively. "Then, pretend I didn't say anything." "How can you not say anything?" GMO affectionately hugged his neck. The two of them walked back with their arms around each other's shoulders. "You are right. Tonight, we brothers must have a good drink. Let's celebrate." Ha ha ha. Actually, the most worthy thing to celebrate is not second brother's breakthrough, but your cultivation seems to be lower than mine by 2 grades. This really makes me happy. GMO excitedly laughed. "Brother, don't you think so?" Miao Butong tragically laughed dryly. He carefully said, "Third brother, you are a magnanimous person. Yes, yes, let's go. Today, I will properly, seriously, and do my best to entertain you." GMO's hand tightened. Miao Butong suddenly felt that his shoulder could not move. Half of his body was also numb in an instant. His face was filled with a dejected smile. He hardened his heart and thought, "Since I am going to be tortured by you, I might as well say it to my heart's content. Third brother, hee. Since it is so, I will not hesitate to let you have a good time today." Who asked second brother to break through? Don't you think so? I know that you are not feeling good in your heart, right? I also know that you are disappointed and frustrated. Your frustration and sorrow, your pain and sadness, your powerless frustration, and your sense of distance. Oh, I am very sympathetic. Third brother, please come. I can handle it. Rue Budhong tragically said. Rise. Before he could finish, his words turned into moans. Then, GMO gritted his teeth and directly lifted him up. Word by word, he squeezed out from between his teeth. Good, 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 good. Since you have such intentions, if I, your third brother, don't properly enjoy it, then wouldn't I be letting you down? They flew away. The two of them had just disappeared when a man in green appeared from the shadows. Looking at the two of them leaving, he could not help but wipe off his cold sweat. His whole body was still trembling. My mother. The man in green groaned and muttered to himself. These two fellows can't be homosexual, right? These words give me goosebumps all over my body. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and scratched. This is too scary. If GMO and Miao Batong knew that they could make an expert who was at least an emperor level feel so terrified, they would definitely feel a sense of accomplishment. But if they knew that the two of them had unintentionally thrown someone into the upper three heavens, they would probably want to cry but have no tears. One could not blame them for thinking too much. It was just that the two of them had said too much. Something about having a good time, entertaining you, thoroughly enjoying. I have to find that little one. If these two fellows are really homosexual, the man in green muttered to himself, but it is also very strange. Isn't that little bastard a martial master? How did he break through to martial great master so quickly? And he even became a swordsman? I have never seen such a high speed. Even if he was piled up with purple crystal jade, it would still be impossible. Could it be that I missed something? The green-clothed man thought to himself as he flew away. This continent's capital has been turned upside down. That scoundrel must have been killed by someone. After turning a corner, GMO finally let go of Miao Butong. Oh my God, did you feel it? Nonsense. Don't doubt my spiritual sense. In Butong cried out as if he had been insulted. As he spoke, he carefully looked back with lingering fear. It is definitely not an illusion. GMO wiped his sweat. This is too motherfucking scary. Suddenly, I felt as if I had walked into a mass grave. That pressure, TSK. Although my G-clan is big, there is no one who can have such a terrifying aura. I really don't know what kind of mental illness this kind of expert has. He actually followed us. Fuck, I thought we were exposed. Miao Butong grinned. The two of them were outstanding geniuses. Their spiritual senses were very strong. Although the man in green did not appear and did not emit any aura, the two of them instinctively felt nervous. It was like a normal person walking through a mass grave in the dark night without any stars or moon. Normally, this kind of feeling would not appear on a martial artist. But as long as it was a person with such a strong spiritual sense, as long as he was given the opportunity to grow, he would definitely become an unparalleled character. This kind of sensitive feeling, if it appeared on an official, he would definitely be able to avoid disaster. If it appeared on a general, he would definitely be able to win a battle from 1,000 miles away. If it appeared on a martial artist, he would definitely become an overlord. Instinct. Yes, third brother. You also know that what I said was not targeted at you. It was all because of this mysterious. Miao Budong's face was full of flattery. Yes, I know you are not targeting me, but I feel uncomfortable listening to it. Since I feel uncomfortable, then you should feel even more uncomfortable. Let's go back and entertain you. GMO said rudely. I really have to praise your mouth. How can it be so clever? No way. Miao Budong screamed. This night, to Continent City, was definitely a night of bloodshed. At dawn, all the prisons in Continent City were filled to the brim. Moreover, a temporary military camp was set up to imprison a large number of people. However, the number of Jianghu people in Continent City only increased and did not decrease. Prime Minister's manner. Diwu Qingro was wearing light clothes and holding a small pair of scissors. He was carefully cutting the potted plant on his desk. His movements were light and slow. His expression was carefree and relaxed. His eyes were as calm as water. The slight impatience from a day ago had already disappeared. Han Buchu and Jing Minghun hurriedly walked in. What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Diwu Qingro said casually. He was still completely focused on the potted plant. He did not even look at them from the corner of his eyes. It was as if at this moment, his entire mind was only on the potted plant. Gao Shang was about to speak when Han Buchu gently pulled his sleeve. Diwu Qingro acted as if no one else was present as he trimmed the potted plant. After he finished trimming, he looked at it from different directions. Then, he satisfactorily picked up a snow-white handkerchief and wrapped the trimmed plant in it. Then, he calmly washed his hands. Almost half an hour had passed. Chapter 246. Did something big happen? Look at your tearful words. You really surprised us. These people looked at each other. Last night, the entire continent was turned upside down. Even now, the smell of blood still lingers in the air. Could it be that you did not hear anything at the Prime Minister's manor? We do not believe this. However, even though the three of them thought this, seeing Diwu Qingro's calm demeanor, they could not help but feel at ease. It was as if no matter how big of a matter it was not worth worrying about. When he first came in, he was impulsive and had already unknowingly run off somewhere. Something big happened. Jing Minghun said, last night, more than 20,000 Jianghu people fought over Ask the Heaven Sword and Underworld Saber. There were large-scale fights in many places in the city. The Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Rights were destroyed. Even the capital's garrison was turned into ruins. There were countless casualties. Right now, we are counting. Oh, Diwu Qingro nodded. Is that all? Is that all? The three of them were speechless. Is that all? Especially Jing Minghun. He was even more depressed. Last night, Diwu Qingro strictly ordered Golden Horse Riders Department not to participate. That was why Continent City was in such a mess. If Golden Horse Riders Department was involved, it would not have been this chaotic. King of Hell Chu's plan is really vicious. Han Buchu said worriedly, plus, it seems like it has succeeded. It has successfully caused chaos in Continent City. Right now, Continent City is like a battlefield. More and more outsiders are coming in. Continent City is about to be full. The bloody fights are getting more and more intense. Right now, there are hundreds of fights every day. Many Jianghu people even dare to attack the army. The ordinary people are even more anxious. If this continues, what will happen? Diwu Qingro looked up and said thoughtfully, Gao Sheng, what about that Duke Ji? He knows King of Helchu, and they have a good relationship. He did not hide anything about this. Gao Sheng frowned, but he also refused to reveal any information. Plus, he said that when the Ji clan comes to Continent City, he will return with the clan. It really is watertight. Diwu Qingro sighed softly. Then, he nodded and said, such an aristocratic family's younger brother is indeed extraordinary. Originally, there wouldn't be any breakthrough here. But have you conveyed our attitude? Yes, but GMO didn't seem to care about it, Gaosheng said. His reaction was very calm. We need to send an expert to keep an eye on GMO's whereabouts. Diwu Qingro pondered. What about that Feng Butong? Is there anything suspicious? As for that Mao Tong Tong, he is the descendant of the stealing god and thieving ghost. Gao Sheng cautiously said, this person's status is extraordinary. He has 2 masters who are at the peak of the king level. So, I'm afraid that there will be endless troubles in the future if we touch him. And searching for him is not within the rules of the layered heaven. As long as the identity is verified, a small Tong Tong is not worth making a move. Diwu Qingro chuckled and said, last night, the garrison outside the city did not move, right? No. Han Buchu solemnly said, Prime Minister, we must mobilize the garrison outside the city to come in. With just the ones inside the city, I am afraid that our strength is too weak. Otherwise, Diwu Qingro waved his hand and said decisively, let him make a ruckus. Let him make a mess. The bigger the ruckus, the better. It would be best if we could attract all the Jianghu people within 1,000 miles of Great Zhao. Han Buchu had never imagined that Diwu Qingro would say something like this. Prime Minister, if we let him make a ruckus, I am afraid that this city will. Han Buchu sucked in a breath of cold air and said hurriedly, Buchu, you are still stuck in the old style of dynasty power struggle. You see the importance of a city. Diwu Qingro gently said, you need to look at the long term. The long term? Han Buchu was a little perplexed. After following Diwu Qingro for so many years, this was the first time he felt that his thoughts could not keep up. Prefecture was the capital of Great Zhao. How important was it? Was it not important in Diwu Qingro's eyes? Prefecture is the capital of Great Zhao. It is located in the heart of Great Zhao. It is surrounded by many cities and heavily guarded. Even the closest enemy was at least 1,000 miles away. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is impregnable. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly, but in my eyes, this is simply a joke. A joke that people despise. Joke? Han Buchu frowned and lowered his head to ponder the meaning of these words. Not only him, but even Gao Sheng and Jingming Hun could not help but think about it. Building the capital in a place that is protected on all sides is simply a cradle for cowards. Diwu Qingro said in a low voice, the capital cannot be built on the front lines, but it should not be built in a cradle. It should be set at an appropriate distance so that there will always be a sense of crisis. Then, no matter if it is a minister or a general, they will work hard to protect it. Moreover, they will do their best to expand the territory and eliminate the threat. This is the way for a country to prosper. That year, the first monarch of Great Zhao was a man of great talent and bold vision, but he clearly did it for the sake of enjoyment and for the sake of preserving his legacy. Therefore, he built the capital and prefecture. It is a miracle that such a monarch could establish a country, but in the years that followed, their misdirection delayed Great Zhao for hundreds of years. For generations, this invisible idea of preserving the legacy has influenced the monarchs of Great Zhao. It has also delayed Great Zhao's hegemony. Even if he was a promising monarch, he would be thousands of miles away from the battlefield. All he could see and hear was singing and dancing. How could he cultivate any ambition? Diwu Qingro smiled faintly, but his smile was full of mockery. Therefore, Great Zhao did not start to expand until I, Diwu Qingro, was born. Before, It was not that we did not have the strength to expand, but that we did not want to. Without me, Great Zhao, I dare say that one day, Great Zhao would have collapsed into a comfortable place. And the biggest threat is Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro walked to the window and looked to the north. He slowly said, "You see, when it is snowing and cold in Iron Cloud, the passers-by wear 3 layers of raccoon fur coats and still feel cold. But here, we only wear a jacket and we can survive the winter. 3,000 miles south of Prefecture Jing, it is like spring all year round. Such a big difference in geography, can't you see it?" "What?" Han Buchu asked subconsciously. "A cold place is bound to give birth to unruly people. A harsh place is bound to give birth to martial arts. Moreover, Iron Cloud is covered with grasslands and close to the northern border. Iron Cloud's men, when they look around, are connected to heaven and earth. How big of a mind is that? In the long run, how can martial arts not become the norm?" Diwu Qingro said, "For thousands of years, the Northerners have been the symbol of valiance. Moreover, the chaos on the borders was caused by the Northerners. Compared to Iron Cloud, Great Zhao is too weak." Diwu Qingro said casually, "Therefore, we must make changes." Han Buchu was silent. He carefully thought about Diwu Qingro's words. He felt that they made some sense, but also seemed to be full of other meanings. When you look at Iron Cloud Nation, you only see that it is being suppressed by Great Zhao. But you forget, how many years has it been since Iron Cloud was founded? Diwu Qingro said casually, 300 years ago. Iron Cloud's Tai clan was only a noble family. But after years of expansion, the clan's private army expanded to the point where it became ambitious. So, it was replaced. 200 years ago, Iron Cloud was founded. At that time, it was only a country with a dozen cities. 130 years ago, Iron Cloud already had a large amount of land. It had nearly 100 cities. 80 years ago, Iron Cloud's territory expanded again. We had an army of 1 million people. Diwu Qingro sighed deeply. 40 years ago, Tai Shicheng appeared out of nowhere. He directly doubled the size of Iron Cloud's territory within 10 years. Slowly, even the grasslands did not dare to invade Iron Cloud. And Tai Shicheng was not satisfied. He led 1 million troops south to fight a decisive battle with Great Zhao. Diwu Qingro took a deep breath. "Today, even though I have trapped Iron Cloud with my evil plan, the new ruler of Iron Cloud, Tai Butian, is also a genius. In 200 years, Iron Cloud has changed 7 or 8 rulers. But Iron Cloud's territory has expanded from 200 years ago to the present. It is already thousands of times bigger than when it was founded." Diwu Qingro sighed. "Facing this kind of data, do you not feel the pressure? Do you not feel fear? What does this mean? Have you not thought about it at all?" Diwu Qingro's eyes showed a trace of exhaustion. Could it be these rulers of Iron Cloud were all founding monarchs? Han Buchu finally understood something. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly said an answer that made even him dumbfounded. "More than 10 rulers, more than 10 peerless heroes." Diwu Qingro's eyes were deep. "More than 10 ambitious overlords. And think about the Great Zhao Empire. In the past 200 years, more than 20 rulers have appeared." Diwu Qingro sighed deeply. "How about comparing it to Iron Cloud?" Han Buchu lowered his head in shame. It had to be said that ever since the founding of the country, there were only a few emperors who worked hard to make Great Zhao prosperous. However, after that, there was no movement, and they maintained the foundation of their ancestors. It looked like they were defending, but in reality, they were retreating. In the past few years, there were not many rulers who were incapable, but they were all mediocre and did not have the domineering aura to swallow the world. Compared to the rulers of Iron Cloud, the rulers of Great Zhao were the same as trash. Such rulers are not fit to be rulers. Diwu Qingro sighed deeply. Such rebellious words came out of his mouth, but Han Buchu and the others only felt that it was a matter of course. They were indeed not fit. Chapter 247. For 3 consecutive days, Ask the Heaven Sword and Underworld Saber appeared for 3 consecutive nights. And on these 3 nights, they turned the capital into a mess. More than half of the government offices were destroyed, however. Diwu Qingrou's people were only capturing people, and they were still capturing people. They did not care about this phenomenon at all. The captured people would be secretly transferred to the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department on the same day. And then they continued. Chu Yang was looking forward to the 3 days when all the big clans participated in the fight, but it did not happen. Chu Yang felt that something was not right. These days, he had a lot on his mind. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that he suddenly came back to his senses. This is bad. Chu Yang slapped his thigh. His eyes suddenly flashed with understanding. What's wrong? Gu Duxing wiped his black dragon sword and did not raise his head. We are creating chaos by doing this, but it is also very likely that we are doing Diwu Qingrou a big favor. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The power of Jianghu? The power of Jianghu? You mean Diwu Qingrou is also adding fuel to the fire? Gu Duxing suddenly raised his head and asked in disbelief. This is inevitable. Chu Yang sighed and took a deep breath. He quickly calmed his emotions. At this point, being impatient would only lead to death. Even if he could not calm down, he had to force himself to calm down. An old fox is still an old fox. On this matter, I made a big mistake. Chu Yang felt that his blood was still boiling, so he began to analyze himself. Analyzing his own mistakes was the fastest way to calm down and find a way out. Even though he did not have a clue, he hoped to find a way out in this analysis. You made a big mistake? Gu Duxing frowned. There is no problem with our plan. Plus, this is also the best way to create chaos. Only when the chaos in Jianghu arouses the dissatisfaction of the court can we start the next step of the plan. There is no problem at all. So why? Jianghu. The power of Jianghu has always been the biggest worry of the court. It is also the source of the chaos. For many years, they have been opposing each other. Chu Yang slowly organized his thoughts. The court can only pacify the power circle of Jianghu. They can never eliminate it or take it for their own use. But I gave Diwu Qingrou such an opportunity. At this moment, Chu Yang recalled what Tai Butian had once said. The martial world is the predecessor of the imperial court. When the inferior forces develop to a certain extent, they can replace them. Then, they can quickly change their appearance and become the imperial court. The people of Jianghu had always looked down on scholars, but when they gained political power, the first thing they did was to eliminate the people of Jianghu. The first thing they promoted and supported was still the scholars. This was what Tai Butian had said to Chu Yang when they first met. Now that Chu Yang thought about it, he suddenly felt very regretful. He understood that the biggest mistake he had made was that he hadn't discussed this operation with Tai Butian. With Tai Butian's outstanding political mind, she would definitely be able to fix the loopholes in this plan. But at that time, he and Tai Butian had fallen into an inexplicable stalemate. This led to him making the final decision. Thinking of this, Chu Yang sighed. Success and failure were all because of Xiao He. This sentence had been perfectly interpreted here. In order to stop Diwu Qingrou's plan, Chu Yang made Du Shiqing disappear for 4 months. And it was this matter that disrupted Diwu Qingrou's overall deployment. It gave Iron Cloud a chance to breathe and also bought time for this trip to the prefectures. It delayed the pace of war. But it was also because of this that it caused Tai Butian's dissatisfaction. Although she still trusted him, the knot in her heart had not been untied. This led to the fact that she didn't discuss with Tai Butian this time. Although he had the experience of 2 lifetimes, he still didn't know much about politics. Another thing was Tai Butian's endless trust in him. No matter what decision he made, Tai Butian would always support him. Including this trip to Great Zhao, Tai Butian completely trusted him without reservation. But this time, her trust led to a huge oversight. Thinking of this, Chu Yang felt a little upset. Chu Yang, you are not omnipotent. In terms of martial world, you are not as good as Mo Tianji. In terms of politics, you are far worse than Diwu Qingrou. If you continue like this, what awaits you will definitely be defeat and death. Chu Yang said to himself silently in his heart. Then he stood up and paced a few steps in the room. He said softly, if there is a next life, I will dance with you. Mo Qingwu. Right now, only Mo Qingwu was Chu Yang's motivation. She was also the best medicine to force him to calm down completely. If I lose, even if there is a next life, I won't have the chance to dance with you. Gu Duxing heard Chu Yang say something in a low voice, but didn't hear it clearly. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Chu Yang suddenly turn his head and say solemnly, seriously and seriously, I was wrong in this matter. These words seemed to have been dug out from Chu Yang's heart. After saying these words, Chu Yang suddenly felt a sense of relief. Yes, relief. Generations of experts were able to discover the enemy's shortcomings and weaknesses and make use of them. This was a must. But how many people could face their own mistakes head-on? It was precisely because they didn't face their own mistakes that countless heroes were defeated and died with grievances. When Chu Yang said these words, perhaps he didn't know it himself, but in this instant, he had conquered the biggest inner demon that every human in the world had. Facing one's own weaknesses, facing one's own flaws, and admitting one's own failure. Diwu Qingrou's Great Zhao has even more Jianghu people. Plus, Great Zhao has always been peaceful, so there are even more conflicts between the government and Jianghu, and they are even more irreconcilable. Chu Yang smiled and said, therefore, Great Zhao's Jianghu is Diwu Qingrou's biggest headache. You mean, because Iron Cloud has been in a weak position these past few years, they have a common enemy. Even if there are conflicts, they can be reconciled? But Great Zhao is not like this? Gu Duxing was also a smart person. He immediately understood the deeper meaning of these words. Yes. So this time, ask the Heaven Sword and Underworld Saber are the same as Great Zhao's Jianghu people gathering in Feng Prefecture, giving Diwu Qingrou a chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. Gu Duxing frowned. Not only that, Chu Yang slowly said, if I were Diwu Qingrou, I would use this opportunity to let Jianghu people fight each other and kill each other. Then I would sit back and reap the benefits. If I can catch, I can catch, I can catch. Once the dust settles, it will be time for me to subdue these people. Even if I only control a part of it, it will still be a huge force. Plus, after this incident, Great Zhao's Jianghu will not be able to recover for a long time. Even though there is chaos, it will take a long time to eliminate internal problems. The biggest chaos has already passed for 3 days. Chu Yang calmly said, Prefecture is full of wounds, but Diwu Qingrou has already caught more than 1,000 people. The chaos in Prefecture is something that can be solved with money and ordinary manpower. They just need to fix it and leave. But Diwu Qingrou is using this opportunity to gather forces that can be used for a long time to attack us again and again. Therefore, even though we have gained at least half a year to a year for Iron Cloud, fundamentally speaking, Diwu Qingrou still has the advantage. Chu Yang coldly said, plus, the chaos is already over. Diwu Qingrou can continue to take advantage of this. Once Diwu Qingrou gathers more people than we can handle, then Diwu Qingrou will no longer have any scruples. Chu Yang gently smiled. Diwu Qingrou is amazing. Gu Duxing was a little dizzy after hearing this. He asked, if that is the case, how do we break it? Break it? Chu Yang stood up and slowly pondered. After a long time, he said, we can only continue to move forward and cannot stop. Therefore, we cannot break it for the time being. We can only look for opportunities in the following time. Diwu Qingrou's meticulousness is something I cannot compare to. He can unwittingly turn a completely bad thing into a good thing. His method is very simple, but it can hit a vital point and make it impossible for me to fight back. Chu Yang gently sighed. Facing this kind of opponent is really a big challenge in life. Even though he was sighing, Gu Duxing clearly saw that Chu Yang's eyes were shining with fighting spirit. Gu Duxing could not help but sigh and said enviously, Chu Yang, do you know? Just now, you changed. Gu Duxing was very clear that the current Chu Yang was fundamentally different from the Chu Yang from before. And this kind of change was only for a moment. In the past, Chu Yang always gave people the feeling that everything was under his control. Even though that could make him appear very bold, it always made people feel that he was somewhat conceited. But the current Chu Yang was as humble as a valley. This kind of change was a fundamental change in mentality. It was equivalent to a rebirth of the soul. Or it could be said that the current Chu Yang was officially declared mature. Under the strong pressure of Diwu Qingrou, Chu Yang broke through his own heart. So Gu Duxing was very envious, because he clearly knew that the heart was the result of heaven and earth. How could it be easy to break through one's own mentality? Breaking through one's mentality was better than breaking through 10 levels in martial arts in a row, because this was a huge improvement that could not be measured at all. Even though Chu Yang was indeed at a disadvantage now, Gu Duxing felt that with Chu Yang's breakthrough this time, even if Diwu Qingro temporarily took the lead, it would be fine, right? Should we inform GMO and the others to stop? Gu Duxing asked. No. The plan will still be carried out according to the original plan. No change. Chu Yang's eyes were full of contemplation as he said, Diwu Qingro turned a bad thing into a good thing. Can I turn this good thing into a bad thing again? The members of the 3 clans have all arrived. According to the news, they all seem to be staying at Heaven-Reaching Tower. Chu Yang quietly pondered and said, this should be Diwu Qingro's arrangement and also his trump card. Chapter 248. I'm afraid this will be difficult, Gu Duxing said awkwardly. Since Diwu Qingru has decided to go all out, Diwu Qingru has asked all the aristocratic families to stay there. With our current disguise, it's impossible to get in. Unless I reveal my true identity. That won't do. Chu Yang rejected directly. I'm afraid your appearance will arouse suspicion. Diwu Qingro had his suspicions. Moreover, your 2 brothers can't wait for you to appear so that they can kill you. Why would you reveal your identity to them? Gu Duxing stared and said, then what should we do? If only Jun Lulu had come earlier. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh and frowned. Let me think. I can let you in. A voice suddenly sounded. Besides, there's definitely no one. Someone is suspicious. Gu Duxing tensed up and reached out to hold the sword hilt. Chu Yang's expression didn't change. He said, it's you? It's me. Following a muffled and unhappy voice, a man in green suddenly turned into smoke. He transformed his body and appeared in front of the 2. He stared and gritted his teeth. Little bastard, you set a good trap. How can you blame me? If you didn't become a thief, would you have stepped into my trap? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He rolled his eyes and said, what solution do you have? Hurry up and say it. I'm in a situation where time is money. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. The man in green was speechless. Why is this little guy not surprised at all? But he didn't know that Chu Yang's breakthrough just now was like a nirvana rebirth. Although he was very surprised by his sudden appearance, since he couldn't stop it, he could only accept it. So Chu Yang chose to accept it at the first moment. What else could he do? But the process of his change of heart was a little too fast, so much so that the man in green couldn't accept it. If it wasn't for your young age, I wouldn't have thought that you had a breakthrough under such pressure just now. I'd appreciate it. I don't care about your trivial matter. The man in green glared. I can help you, but there's a condition. What condition? Chu Yang calmed down. When you're done, come back with me. The man in green thought, I can't find the purple crystal. Jade. No one will come down from the top. I might as well bring him back for a look. It also saved him the trouble of running back and forth. No problem at all. As long as I'm done here, whenever you want to go back, I'll go with you. Chu Yang squinted his eyes and smiled. Moreover, even if you take me away by force, I won't be able to escape. I can't resist, can I? You can't resist, but if you don't cooperate when the time comes and mislead us instead. The green-clothed man was halfway through his sentence when he swallowed the second half of his sentence. The second half of his sentence was, this is really bad. So it's settled then? The green-clothed man was very happy. It's a deal. Chu Yang nodded seriously. Well, as long as my side is busy. After that, I'll go back with you. But I didn't say anything about Great Zhao, did I? Then do you have the purple crystal jade pendant or not? The green-clothed man couldn't help but ask. Chu Yang widened his eyes. What? The green-clothed man was driven mad. You better pray that you're not. Otherwise, you will live a very happy life. I'm very happy. After he finished speaking, he rushed out of the window with a whoosh. Heaven-Reaching Tower. It was already full. Although Heaven-Reaching Tower was not the tallest building in Continent City, it was the oldest. Moreover, it occupied the largest area. Not only was it an inn, it was also a gambling den. In other words, Heaven-Reaching Tower had all kinds of profiteering businesses that could quickly make money. This place was equivalent to a huge gold and silver exchange base. When the three clansmen arrived at Heaven-Reaching Tower, they could only occupy the guest rooms. Only half. The owner of Heaven-Reaching Tower was said to be a mysterious person. He never flattered the rich and powerful, but the rich and powerful of Great Zhao did not dare to cause trouble at Heaven-Reaching Tower. No matter how big the grudge was, as long as they entered Heaven-Reaching Tower, they had to be honest. At Heaven-Reaching Tower. In the tower, even if the enemy who killed your father was in front of you and had no power to resist, you still could not make a move. Once you made a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was once an 8th-grade revered martial artist who killed his enemy at Heaven-Reaching Tower. As a result, on the second day, this revered martial artist disappeared. Although he disappeared, Heaven-Reaching Tower used its own method to let the people of Jianghu know what kind of treatment this revered martial artist received. It was said that the owner of Heaven-Reaching Tower caught this revered martial artist and sentenced him to death. But this death sentence lasted for 3 months. From the beginning to the end of killing a person, there was no pause. Hand actually killed him for 3 months. What kind of cruelty was this? Just thinking about it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. No one could imagine, and no one dared to imagine, how this revered martial artist survived for 3 months. But everyone understood. This revered martial artist wanted to die from the very first day. But at that time, dying to him, it had become an extremely extravagant hope and fantasy. It was said that the owner of Heaven-Reaching Tower once said regretfully, "Sigh, it was only a revered martial artist. The quantity was not enough. If this time it was a king-level master, perhaps the effect would have been better. More." This sentence caused the majority of Jianghu people to keep quiet out of fear. The owner of Heaven-Reaching Tower was surnamed Du. His name was also very ordinary, even very vulgar and funny. He was called Do Get Rich. But no one dared to laugh at him. Since the opening of Heaven-Reaching Tower, this owner of Heaven-Reaching Tower had lived in seclusion. Only the owner of Heaven-Reaching Tower came out to greet Diwu Qingro for the first time. Out of consideration for this ambitious and ruthless character, he came out to greet him once and exchanged a few pleasantries. It could be said that in the entire lower 3 heavens, only Diwu Qingro had ever enjoyed such an honor. Therefore, although the men of the lower 3 heavens had king-level guards, this Heaven-Reaching Tower and so on, thus, dozens of king-level masters gathered, but no one dared to ask Do Get Rich to come out. Welcome. But today, early in the morning, Heaven-Reaching Tower suddenly became busy. The top floor of Heaven-Reaching Tower, which had always been empty, was suddenly filled with dozens of people to clean. Even the curtains and the carpet were all changed to snow white. As for the mattresses inside, they were all changed. Everything was changed. What was even more exaggerated was that even the walls had been repainted and were completely white. Dozens of experts rushed up. Going to the top floor, they carefully and cautiously used their precious energy to quickly dry the freshly painted walls. The walls. The furniture that could be replaced was replaced in an instant. A voice continuously shouted, "Faster! Faster! Hurry up! This guest likes white and clean. Faster! Little third, go guard the door. Set up guards at all 3 entrances. Pay attention. Once the master appears, report immediately." Time passed bit by bit, and the renovation inside was almost done. It was almost done. Noon. The person who had been shouting all this time also rushed out while wiping his sweat. As he walked, he said, "Also, I will personally wait at the door." Yes. This scene puzzled all the men of the upper 3 heavens. However, everyone knew that this was not the case. But everyone knew that a big shot was coming. Otherwise, Heaven-Reaching Tower would not have made such a big fuss. The fat man who just went down as the Lord of Heaven-Reaching Tower, Do Get Rich, Mo Tianyun said. He stood next to the railing on the 3rd floor. His feminine eyes became serious. Behind him were 2 king-level masters from the Mo clan. Next to him stood a handsome young man. The young man was Luo clan's Grand Duke Luo Kuwu. Do Get Rich finally came out to greet someone. I wonder who he is greeting this time? Luo Kuwu said. He thought for a while and said, who in this world can make Do Get Rich so nervous? It's hard to say. Next to him, a young man in a green robe slowly walked over and continued Luo Kuwu's words. Could it be Jun Shizhu? Is Zhu here? No. Mo Tianyun raised the corner of his mouth. His eyes were hazy. Gu Yinyang, you still don't speak like this. How could Jun Shizhu make such a big show of extravagance when she came here? Plus, this show is very obvious. It is obviously to welcome an outsider. Luo Kuwu's face darkened. The Gu clan and the Mo clan were allies. The Gu clan and the Luo clan were enemies. Tai. Mo Tianyun's words were clearly directed at him. Plus, Mo Tianyun was blaming him. Gu Yinyang should not have interrupted. Otherwise, he would have had a good reason to ridicule Luo Kuwu. Because everyone knew that Luo Kuwu's unfinished words were directed at Gu Yinyang. The same thing. Could it be? Jun Shizhu is here? Just quietly watch, and you will know. What's the use of guessing now? Luo Kuwu snorted. He said, you, Mo Tianyun, also can't guess. What are you so arrogant for? In the past few days, they could not use force at Heaven-Reaching Tower. Thus, they bickered with each other every day. Mo Tianyun was about to retort sarcastically when he heard a sudden silence outside. They're here. Everyone had the same thought. Under everyone's gaze, from the entrance of Heaven-Reaching Tower, a large bundle of snow-white carpet rolled out. Carpets, expensive carpets, were laid out on the muddy ground without any care, extending all the way out. It went on for several hundred feet. Mo Tianyun and the others, who were quietly watching from upstairs, suddenly felt an inexplicable atmosphere. At the end of the long street, there was a sudden silence. Then, two figures slowly walked out from the corner, as if they were taking a stroll in the courtyard, and walked towards them. As they walked over, the two of them were casually chatting about something. It was obvious that these two were already used to this kind of scene. These were two young men in clothes whiter than snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. In the cold wind, the sleeves of the two young men in white fluttered. Their expressions were tranquil as they strode forward. It was as if they came with the wind and could leave with the wind at any moment. Both of them were tall. Their faces were like jade. Their eyes were like stars. Their eyebrows were like swords flying into their temples. Their hair was as black as ink. Their hair was tied up with purple crystals. Their loose hair set off their snow-white clothes. Both of them. Their figures were slightly thin. They were of average height. When they walked together, they were like a pair of jade trees. They came in the wind. Looking carefully, these two people's faces were similar. They should be brothers. Moreover, the temperament of these two people was similar. They were both arrogant and sharp. Two of them. They did not put on any airs of superiority, but in everyone's eyes, these two young men were innate talents. However, he was simply born to be a noble. This kind of temperament was enough to surpass anyone in the world. Go. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. Thank you very much. I was worried that everyone would be unhappy with the reading. So, as long as it was not absolutely necessary, usually, the interval between each other wasn't long. After all, everyone likes to read in one go. Haha, I was like this. Let's put ourselves in others' shoes. I don't want everyone to wait too long. I will do my best. Yeah, I'll do the best I can. Chapter 249. The one on the left was slightly older, and his aura was even colder and sharper. He had a long sword hanging from his waist, but it did not give off a cumbersome feeling. It was as if the sword and the scabbard had become one with this young man's body. It was like heaven itself. The one on the right was slightly younger, but his expression was indifferent. His eyes were calm, as if he did not care about the world, but there was also an awe-inspiring aura coming from his body. The ancient scabbard was slanted on his back, and only the sword hilt could be seen from his shoulder. And that sword tassel was actually white as well. The two of them walked out of the mud, dressed in white, and stepped on the white carpet without any hesitation. 2 lines of muddy footprints were left behind them. They walked forward for more than 10 feet, and then they suddenly stopped on the white carpet. The two of them slightly raised their heads at the same time and looked at the ancient heaven-reaching tower with faraway eyes. Du Fa Kai ran forward with his big belly. He respectfully bowed with his hands on his thighs and did a 10-degree bow. For his fat belly, this was definitely a difficult movement. What was even more surprising was that he was able to complete it without any hesitation. Grand Duke Chu, 2 Grand Dukes, please? Please, please. Du Fa Kai had a flattering smile on his face. At this moment, if he had a tail, it would be wagging like a windmill. Big brother, this heaven-reaching tower has prepared quite well. The younger Grand Duke had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at the white carpet under his feet and said with a worried expression, "It's okay." The older Grand Duke nodded and said, "The feeling of stepping on it is barely satisfactory." Du Fa Kai's eyebrows twitched, and he wryly smiled in his heart. This priceless snow raccoon fur carpet was placed on the mud to welcome them, and this Grand Duke only said, "The feeling of stepping on it is very satisfactory. Sirs, the restaurant has prepared the best guest rooms and everything inside is brand new. Please come in and rest. It's freezing outside, haha." Du Fa Kai's fat jiggled face revealed a sincere smile. "It is only a cold." Very well, lead the way." The older Grand Duke walked forward with his hands behind his back. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his feet did not seem to touch the ground. When he arrived at the door, 2 rows of sturdy men bowed at the same time. "Welcome, Duke." The 2 young men nodded gracefully at the same time, revealing a kind smile. When facing these lowly servants, their expressions were far more cordial than when facing the nobles. Under their spring breeze-like smiles, the 2 rows of men felt something extra in their hands. When they looked down, it turned out that each of them had 2 banknotes in their hands. The denomination of each note was 500 taels of silver. There were 2, not 1. This subtle action made these men fall in love with these 2 young men from the bottom of their hearts at the first moment. 1 banknote was a casual reward, but 2 banknotes were worth 500 taels of silver. It was a sign of respect, and at the same time, it contained a kind of blessing. Everyone was given 2 pieces of 500 taels, which meant that the 2 dukes had never forgotten about these lowly people from the very beginning. This had become a long-standing habit of theirs. The more he had such a habit, the easier it was for him to gain the respect and love of others. It came from the bottom of his heart. This was what it meant to be a natural aristocrat. Du Fa Kai attentively accompanied them. He was afraid of being careless, so he did not straighten his back or raise his head. His face was like a bright chrysanthemum blooming from beginning to end. The 2 young men, accompanied by him, entered heaven-reaching tower. Mo Tianyun stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Who are these 2? The sound of delicate footsteps echoed in the corridor. The 2 honorable guests had already reached the 5th floor. He faintly heard the young man say with a smile, "Boss Du, we have troubled you. It must have been difficult for you to think of everything so thoroughly." Then came Du Fa Kai's voice. It was obvious that he was grinning from ear to ear. "Not at all. If Duke is satisfied, then this little one can rest assured." "Haha." Mo Tianyun raised his eyebrows. "Duke, little one." With Du Fa Kai's status, he actually called himself little one in front of these 2 people. Mo Tianyun walked out of the door and slowly came to the small hall on the 4th floor. He knew that at this moment, the young men must be here. He went in to take a look. Sure enough, no matter if they were from opposing clans or allied clans, this year's young men were all sitting at a table and talking loudly. Gu Yinyang and Gu Yinyu sat at a table. Luo Ku Wu and Lu Suifeng sat at a table. Dong Clan's Dong Wu Lei sat at a table. As for the young man lying on the table like a pile of mud, he was the eldest young master of the Ji clan, Jiju. Every time he saw this Jiju, Mo Tianyun felt as if he had eaten a fly. This guy was his younger cousin, only 3 months younger than him. God knows how lazy this guy could be. Jiju had once created a record. When everyone was training at Songlan battlefront, this Grand Duke Ji's attendant was seriously injured and had to rest for 3 months. And he did not bring any maids. The result was that Grand Duke Ji's clothes were not washed for 3 months. Every day, he would change into a new set of underwear and throw it at the head of the bed. As a result, when Imo Tianyun went to look for him, he found Grand Duke Ji naked on the bed, frowning as he looked for clothes to wear. And the way he looked for clothes was also unique. There were worn and unwashed clothes everywhere. This Grand Duke Ji would pull one over and smell it. Then he would pull another over and smell it. Comparing back and forth, it turned out that he was looking for the one with the least smell. Seeing this, Imo Tianyun collapsed on the spot. From then on, he did not like this younger cousin anymore. He swore to the heavens that he would never associate with Jiju again. And there were so many words. Jiju would remember them. He also had a younger brother named GMO. Yes, GMO Imo Tianyun sometimes thought, what kind of dog fart name is this? In the small hall, more than a dozen tables were already filled. Imo Tianyun walked in. Immediately, 2 experts of the Imo clan stood up and gave him a seat. Baikuwu was shouting, "Who dares to bet with me? Let's bet on the identity of these 2 young men. I bet 10,000 silver taels." Gu Yin Yang sneered. 10,000 silver taels? Do you think I'm a beggar? Jiju lazily laid on his stomach and raised his hand. I bet, if I lose, I won't bathe for a month. Luo Kuwu disdainfully said, Isn't that your Leduo? You only do this if you lose? Aren't you too shameless? Immediately, the hall burst into laughter. Imo Tianyun looked at these people with a gentle smile. For many of them, this was the first time they had met each other. Moreover, they could not tell friend from foe. These people had never sat in the same hall like today. Moreover, they did not fight until the sky was turned upside down. This kind of strange phenomenon was rarely seen in upper 3 heavens. Everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. Other than Dong Wu Lei and Jiju, who maintained their true colors, the others were more or less reserved. What do you bet? Imo Tianyun tilted his head and looked at Luo Kuwu. I bet that they are from a clan of upper 3 heavens. Even if they are not from a great clan, they must be from a great clan. Luo Kuwu loudly said, You speak as if you are farting. Imo Tianyun disdainfully said, Everyone is not blind. Everyone can see that. Why would I bet with you? Isn't this just swindling money? Luo Kuwu's purple face turned red. He became angry and said, What do you care? Boring. Imo Tianyun coldly snorted. Suddenly, an unpleasant smell filled the air. Everyone's face turned strange as they held their breaths. Immediately after, Gu Yin Yang angrily shouted, Bastard, put on your shoes. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Jiju had taken off his shoes and was scratching his feet with a pair of chopsticks. That rotting smell came from his feet. Who knew how many days it had been since he last washed his feet? Gu Yin Yang's table was next to his, so he was even more affected. I am scratching my feet. What does it have to do with you? Jiju scratched as if there was no one around. This was not the behavior of a great clan's duke. He was more like a lowly hoodlum. After scratching for a while, he actually lifted the chopstick and sniffed it. He sighed. The smell is even stronger. Everyone felt suffocated as their stomachs churned. Dong Wulei quietly stood up and threw himself at Jiju. He grabbed Jiju's neck and punched him. This young master did not say a word, but was the first to make a move. Jiju screamed and fought back with all his might. All the dukes gathered in a circle. Everyone held their breaths and waved their hands as they cheered. The atmosphere was very lively. Banging sounds could be heard. All right. Imo Tianyun frowned and said, Jiju, what are you doing? In front of so many people, do you still want face? If it wasn't for second brother suddenly running away, do you think I would want to be with you? Jiju groaned as he got up. He rolled his eyes and slowly put on his shoes. I also don't want to. But itch. What do I do? All right, let's talk about the 2 people who just came. Imo Tianyun frowned and said, Some of our clans don't know each other. Some of them are from different parts of the world. Some of them are enemies. However, I want to remind everyone that we are here for a trial. And the goal of this trial is to defeat the Sword Master. When the 3 words Calamity Sword were mentioned, everyone quieted down. The 2 people just now had a noble temperament. They were obviously from big clans. Moreover, from their auras, we can see that they are young swordsmen. Although we can't see their cultivation, but swordsmen at such a young age. Even in the big clans of the three heavens, we don't have them. At such a sensitive time, two people like this suddenly appeared. Mo Tianyun's words had already led everyone's thoughts. If you say that this has nothing to do with the birth of the Calamity Sword, I will never believe it. However, since they have something to do with Calamity Sword's master, they are our competitors. And they are strong competitors. Even the enemy clans could not deny Mo Tianyun's words. So, everyone, don't let your guard down. Mo Tianyun said seriously. I am here to remind everyone. Mo Tianyun did not know why, but when the two youths appeared, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if he had a feeling that these two youths would be his mortal enemies. This feeling did not make sense, but it was real. Moreover, Mo Tianyun felt that the danger this time was even greater than the pressure he felt from his younger brother, Mo Tianji. Mo Tianyun always believed in his own feelings. Therefore, the first thing Mo Tianyun did was to use the matter of Calamity Sword to form an alliance with everyone present in this short period of time, to unite against a common enemy, just in case. Even if it was a divided alliance, they were still the descendants of the big clans. Even if they did not speak or do anything, just standing together was a strong deterrent. Even if Mo Tianyun did not say it, everyone was aware of this. These people were all the elites of the big clans. Some were pretending to be crazy, and some were foppish on the surface. But who was really stupid? Even though Jiju was sloppy by nature, no one, including Mo Tianyun, dared to look down on him. Mo Tianyun, do these two people have a grudge against you? Someone asked casually. This question was obviously thoughtful. That shouldn't be the case. These two people make people want to befriend them. This kind of innate temperament has not changed. If they were from upper three heavens, I would know them. Lower three heavens should not have such people. The only possibility is that they are from upper three heavens. But if they are from upper three heavens, why are you so nervous? The one who spoke was a young man who occupied the most central table. He was dressed in white and had sharp eyebrows. His eyes flashed with an evil light. This made his temperament seem to change at any time. One moment he was evil, the next he was feminine, and the next he was violent. In short, anyone who saw him would feel that this guy was a bit evil. Mo Tianyun's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, Brother Ao, this person has no grudge against me. Why would he have a grudge against me? Brother Ao's words are a bit strange. I just want to remind everyone, why does Brother Ao always measure the stature of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? This person was the person Mo Tianyun feared the most among the younger generation of the big clans in upper three heavens. Even Mo Tianji and Dong Wu Lei were not as important as this person in Mo Tianyun's heart. Duke Xie, Ao Xie Yun. Duke Xie was a well-deserved leader among the younger generation of the big clans in upper three heavens. In all the big clans, some people hated him to the core and wanted to kill him. Some people were jealous of him and wanted to replace him. There were also people who stayed away from him. But no one refused to accept his position. This guy really had the ability. Even Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji were being suppressed by Ao Xie Yun at this moment. Chapter 250. Once Ao Xie Yun's words were spoken, the entire hall became silent. Ji Zhushan secretly turned around. Gu Yinyang and Gu Yinyu's eyes shot out a sharp look at the same time. The few elders who were on good terms with Ao Xie Yun also revealed a serious expression. Ao Xie Yun's words were very serious. Moreover, ever since he came down, Mo Tianyun had been looking for an opportunity to compete with Ao Xie Yun. Right now, everyone was gathered together. It was obvious that Ao Xie Yun was suppressing Mo Tianyun. Moreover, he was using the weakness of his personality. Everyone was a little nervous. If the two great clans were to really pull apart their factions today, then all the great clans would suddenly have to choose a side. Other than a few people who did not need to care, everyone else would have to make a choice. This was very sudden. Moreover, Ao Xie had the upper hand in terms of morality. So, Mo Tianyun had fallen into an absolute disadvantage as soon as these words came out. Mo Tianyun stared at Ao Xie and did not speak for a long time. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. After a while, Mo Dunyan suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Ao, these words should not come out of your mouth. Is that so?" Ao Xie did not look at him. He only lowered his head and deftly turned a small white porcelain teacup in his hand. The teacup was full of tea. As he turned it, the tea fragrance spread everywhere. Even with the mouth of the cup facing down, not a single drop of tea leaked out. "You and I are both descendants of great clans." Mo Tianyun let out a long sigh. His feminine eyes became sharp and sinister. There was also an inexplicable pressure. Brother Ao should also understand what our great clans rely on to establish themselves in the three heavens. Haha, is it relying on brothers to kill each other? Or is it despicable? Ao Xieyun's eyes flashed wickedly as he mocked. Both. But it's not complete. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Mo Tianyun nodded and admitted it. With his admission, even Ao Xieyun stopped turning the teacup and slowly raised his head to look at him. The rise of every great clan is a tragedy. Mo Tianyun slowly sat down and sat across from Ao Xieyun. He quietly stared at him and said, "If it is not your own tragedy, then it is the tragedy of your enemy." "That's right," Ao Xieyun said solemnly. "As for us, we are the rising stars of the three heavens, and also the leaders of the next generation of the three heavens. Everyone plays an important role in their respective clans. Brother Ao shouldn't deny this," Mo Tianyun slowly said. "Go on." Ao Xieyun's voice was somewhat gloomy. "However, to put it bluntly, why do we have such a status?" Mo Tianyun said in a low voice, "Don't talk about talent, and don't talk about how we have worked hard. These are all official words. At the end of the day, the reason we have our current status is because we have a huge family behind us. Among us, the one with the highest cultivation is only a low-grade martial saint." Mo Tianyun sneered. "With this kind of cultivation, any random king-level master in the three heavens could kill us. And this kind of cultivation is something that the clan has spent countless resources and spirit herbs to achieve. What is there to be proud of? If we were born in an ordinary family, so what if we have such talent? We would only be mediocre." Mo Tianyun said, "Brothers, please don't blame me for being rude. In my opinion, all of us, including me, Brother Ao, Brother Dong, and the others, are the same. As long as we lose our clans, we are nothing. We are not even worth shit." Everyone was silent and did not speak. Ao Xieyun's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not refute. This was the truth. If he refuted it, he would appear narrow-minded. Because of the colossal Ao clan, the evil duke was born. Because of the Mo clan's outstanding strength, there is me, Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun said firmly, "Our first priority is to protect the interests of our clans. Only by protecting our clans can we protect ourselves. This is the clan of the three heavens." Mo Tianyun raised his head and said solemnly, "The root of a clan's decline is not external enemies, but internal strife. The struggle for power between brothers is the most alarming source of chaos." At this point, everyone finally understood what he was trying to say by beating around the bush. They could not help but admire him. The reason why he had taken such a big detour to counterattack Ao Xieyun was firstly to gain everyone's contemplation and approval. Secondly, he wanted to use these words to take advantage of the situation and suppress Ao Xieyun's imposing manner, which was currently standing at the highest point of Tao and virtue, especially since what he was saying now were all words of wisdom. Even if Ao Xieyun wanted to refute it, he could not. The Ao clan's Xieyun's position is stable. The Ji clan's Ji Zhu and Ji Mo brothers have no power, so they live in peace. Although the Luo clan and my Mo clan are enemies, the two brothers are very close. Needless to say, the Dong clan is even more so. These few clans can be said to be safe for hundreds of years as long as no accidents happen. Mo Tianyun changed the topic and talked about the great clans of the three heavens. Everyone listened attentively. When Mo Tianyun talked about the descendants of the great clans, he only talked about the two brothers. This was because everyone knew that in every clan, the Grand Duke and the Second Duke had the most power. The rest were not worth worrying about. The only people who could replace the Grand Duke were the Second Duke. This was an irrefutable theory. But the other clans all have such internal problems. And the most pressing one is my Mo clan. Mo Tianyun smiled bitterly and said, as everyone knows, I have a talented younger brother. My younger brother Mo Tianji's talent is definitely not below mine. Moreover, he is definitely not below anyone here. I, Mo Tianyun, am not bragging about my younger brother. Everyone should be clear about this point. When he talked about Mo Tianji's ability, even Luo Ku Wu, the Grand Duke of the enemy clan, nodded deeply. He had suffered losses from Mo Tianji many times. How could he not know how powerful Mo Tianji was? If my younger brother could be content with the status quo and just be satisfied with his position as the Second Duke and work together with me, Ao Xieyun, even you would not be in our eyes. Mo Tianyun's voice was a little heavy. Ao Xieyun carefully compared Mo Tianji and Mo Tianyun in his heart. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, "That's right. If the two of you work together, even if I could protect myself, I would still be slightly inferior and would not be a match for you. However, the two of you are not of the same mind, and each of you has a death feud. Fortunately, the two of you are not of the same mind. That's right. I, Mo Tianyun, am not willing to be under anyone. Moreover, for many years, I have been the only one in the Mo clan. The entire clan has long recognized my position." Mo Tianyun smiled bitterly, but at this time, a genius younger brother appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he is very ambitious. His schemes are deep and his ambitions are higher than the sky. Ao Xieyun, if it were you, would you give up your current position? Mo Tianyun asked coldly. Ao Xieyun was silent. After a long time, he slowly said, "No, that's right. You can't. I can't. Because my desire for power is even more important than yours. This is my biggest weakness." Mo Tianyun laughed self-deprecatingly. If the Mo clan only had me, the Mo clan could continue to be strong and would not be afraid of any of your clans. Mo Tianyun said softly and disappointedly, if it was only my younger brother Mo Tianji, he would not be inferior to any of you. The two of us have the ability to make the clan stronger. We are very confident about this. You should not deny it. Everyone was deep in thought and nodded. The two brothers, Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji, were both outstanding talents of their generation. They could be said to be extremely powerful. If Tianji and I belonged to two different clans, even if we were mortal enemies, we could continue to develop our clans and become stronger. Or we could even appreciate each other and become close friends. However, the most tragic thing is that my genius younger brother and I exist in the same clan at the same time. The more tragic thing is that a clan can only have one person in charge. Mo Tianyun laughed coldly, but my brother and I both have the potential to control the clan. Since a long time ago, I knew that Tianji's talent was not inferior to mine. His ambition was also not inferior to mine. Mo Tianyun said quietly, at that time, Ao Xieyun, if it were you, what would you do? Ao Xieyun sighed. His eyes that were filled with evil slowly closed. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, if it was in the budding stage, I would have used a thunderous method to suppress this genius. But a genius will not be suppressed. The more you suppress him, the greater the rebound. Mo Tianyun laughed softly. Yes, at that time, I was the same as you. Suppress, suppress, and suppress again. Because I realized that the clan was in danger. If he was allowed to grow, the Mo clan would eventually become a struggle between two great powers. In that case, once Mo Tianji's wings were fully grown, neither of us brothers would let go. The Mo clan would be finished. It would definitely be destroyed by the struggle between us two brothers. Even if one of us won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The clan's strength would be greatly reduced. The kinship in the clan would also be gone. But my suppression could not suppress him. Mo Tianyun smiled bitterly. Suppression time after time. Resistance time after time. It developed to the current situation. But just when I was about to use a gentle method, Another genius appeared in our family. My younger sister, Mo Qingwu. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. The relationship between these two geniuses is so good that they are like one person. My younger sister's appearance divided the clan's power into three. If my younger sister grows up, she will definitely merge with her second brother's strength. In that case, the Mo clan would be finished. But how can I be willing to let my clan be finished like this? Mo Tianyun said, and I can't let go. So, there will definitely be a fierce struggle. Mo Tianji finally finished this big circle. He calmly said, Ao Xieyun, you scolded me just now. You said that I even wanted to kill my own younger brother. I even wanted to harm my own younger sister. Am I still a ruler? I am not a ruler. Mo Tianyun said quietly, but if I wanted to kill the two of them, I could have silently killed them 10,000 times over these years. Chapter 251. Now that Tianji has grown to the point where even I have to be wary of him, it's very difficult to kill him. But I believe none of you will deny that I can kill him 10,000 times. Mo Tianyun said solemnly, I have this ability. My feelings are conflicted. I think all of you can understand. I, Mo Tianyun, may not be a good person or a ruler, but I'm definitely not as despicable as Brother Ao makes me out to be. I'm suppressing my younger brother and sister. There's nothing I don't dare to admit about this. Mo Tianyun's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces. Suddenly, he asked solemnly, but all the Grand Dukes here, who hasn't suppressed their competitors before, have you? Facing his gaze, everyone's face was a little hot. Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu were ambushed by the Mo clan in the lower three heavens. Many people guessed that this matter must have something to do with Mo Tianyun. Because of this, their impression of Mo Tianyun was very bad. A person who could even harm his own younger brother and sister, how could he be trusted? But today, everyone suddenly felt that they were the same as Mo Tianyun. For the clan, for their dreams to not be eliminated, they were also suppressing the young people of their own clans. And those people were also related to them by blood. They were also their own brothers and sisters. While they were mocking Mo Tianyun, they were doing the same thing as him. Wasn't this a very funny thing? Mo Tianyun, you're very eloquent. Ao Xian chuckled softly. What you've said is also correct. Furthermore, I also agree with it. For the sake of the clan's survival, it's okay to go against one's conscience once in a while. We can all accept it. Your words have successfully built up your image in the eyes of the public. A man who dares to admit and bear the responsibility even though he has a stain is not bad. Ao Xieyun's evil eyes revealed a hint of mockery. If I wasn't here today, perhaps your words would have helped you gain many allies. But unfortunately, I'm still here today. Ao Xieyun smiled faintly and said, what you said is the truth. Some of it is also from your heart. No, we've all suppressed them before, but there's one thing that's different from you. Ao Xieyun said quietly, before my brothers come of age and deal with me, I will never suppress them. But you are different. Your sister is only 10, and she is a girl. Your younger brother is fighting for power with you, but Mo Tianji is different from you. He is fighting for power with you, but once it involves the interests of the clan, he will step back. However, you can harm the interests of the clan in order to fight for power. You can kill him before he matures, but don't forget that he didn't do anything to you at that time. Ao Xieyun said slowly, but you're guarding against him at all times. It's because you're guarding against him that he developed a desire for power. Because he can't get anything at all, including what he deserves. Aristocratic families are all the same. Therefore, this is the world. You don't have to explain anything. This is not your right. Even if we suppress them, we won't put them to death. Ao Xieyun said, but you guys are fighting to the death. And this competition was forced by you. This is the biggest difference between us and you. Mo Tianyun's face turned green and white. Ao Xieyun's words touched the pain in his heart. At this moment, he was powerless to explain anything. He gritted his teeth and said, everyone is in such a clan and has their own understanding. Who doesn't have difficulties? Who doesn't have feelings? Who doesn't have helplessness? Who doesn't have desire? There's no point in arguing about these things now. Yes, you don't have righteousness, but your paranoia makes people uncomfortable. Ao Sheun sneered and said, just like today, you shouldn't have suggested to deal with those two youngsters, but you did? So what? Mo Tianyun snorted. This doesn't match with your feminine personality. Ao Sheun's eyes flashed evilly and said, usually, when you encounter such situations, you'll wait for an opportunity to make a move. You won't take the lead. You're used to taking advantage of others when both sides are injured. Moreover, you'll take the title of being a righteous person. Ao Sheun said bluntly, a dog can't change its habit. You won't jump out, but you're the first to stand out. Although what you said is reasonable, it also proves that you have enmity towards those two. And such people are always the ones you try to rope in or curry favor with. You won't take the initiative to provoke them or offend them. So, these two people must have enmity towards you. That's why you felt it. Ao Sheun slowly raised his head. His evil eyes looked at Mo Tianyun's face. He laughed mockingly. And you, Mo Tianyun, won't let go of any danger, even if it's just a groundless feeling. So, the purpose of your words is to let us be your shield. You're striking first to gain the upper hand. Ao Sheun said, this is your paranoia. But why are you so paranoid today? Mo Tianyun, are you just paranoid? Mo Tianyun's face turned pale. He shouted, Ao Sheun, what do you mean? Nothing. Ao Sheun said indifferently, everyone knows that those two people are from upper three heavens. Once everyone is provoked by you to go against them, then, won't they take revenge? If they want to take revenge, how will they take revenge? When he said this, the faces of many men changed. Will they beat the big clans until they can't recover from the setback? Or will they be directly suppressed? Ao Sheun said indifferently, if that's the case, most of the clans in upper three heavens will gradually decline. Mo Tianyun, do you want to dominate upper three heavens? Mo Tianyun's face turned pale. You're talking nonsense. But the way everyone looked at him had already changed. After Ao Sheun said this, everyone immediately realized that this was something very likely to happen. Some people always like to use the heart of a villain to speculate about some things. But the sad thing is that this has become the main theme of this world. Mo Tianyun said coldly, so in this world, the honest people will have their bones piled up like mountains. The despicable and shameless people will have glory and wealth. He sneered and shook his head, boring. In this battle of words, Mo Tianyun lost. He had used his sense of crisis to rally everyone to stand on the same side as him, so that they could deal with the huge crisis that might arise. However, Ao Sheun had also used his sense of crisis to shatter his lies and push him to a deeper level. So Mo Tianji could only let out such a sigh in the end, and use profound philosophy to defend himself for the last time. Everyone knows how to reason. What is said by a ruler is reason. But what is said by a villain is also reason. Ao Sheun said indifferently, reason is reason. There is no difference. Well said. A voice agreed. Soft clapping was heard. Two people in snow-white clothes walked in. The hall was silent. Everyone looked at these two young men with different expressions. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing walked into this small hall at the same time. Their current appearances were all carefully disguised by Chu Yang. They were completely different from their original appearances. Even their skin color, face shape, eye shape, and the position of their facial features were completely different. Now, the two of them were complete strangers who had appeared in this world, walking into this circle this time. Although Chu Yang and Gu Duxing tried their best to control themselves, their hearts were not calm. From Gu Duxing's point of view, they were all familiar faces. He knew most of the men here. But from Chu Yang's point of view, it was different. There were also many familiar faces. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Except for a few people, almost everyone here was here. Dozens of years later, it was these people who stirred up the entire three heavens. Even upper three heavens was shaken. Black Demon, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Tianji, Li Xiong Tuesday Black Saber, Qian Hao, Duke Xie, Meng Luo, Qiong Hua, Tian Rue. Sitting in the middle was a young man with a calm but sharp expression. He was Duke Xie, Ao Sheun, one of the 12 absolutes. Lone guest, Gu Duxing, was beside him. Black Saber was using Ask the Heaven's sword to stir up trouble. The one standing in the corner was Tu Clan's Grand Duke, Tu Qianhao, and the one sitting behind Ao Xieyun was a young man with a curly beard. He was Li Xiong too. The Black Devil and the Dark Bamboo weren't here. Chu Yang didn't know who the poison spirit was. Mo Tianji wasn't here. The viburnum flower in the dream was the viburnum flower in the heavens. He was smiling shyly and had a shy expression on his face. Later, everyone thought that viburnum flower was a woman. However, Chu Yang knew that this famous viburnum flower was the great duke of the Xie clan, Xie Danqiong. His famous hidden weapon was Qiong Hua. Meng Luo and Tian Rue were not here. But even so, Lone Guest, Li Xiong Tu Qianhao, Duke Xie, Qiong Hua, and Xie Danqiong were all gathered here. People. There was also someone who was not inferior to any of them. He was Mo clan's Grand Duke, Missouri Tian Yun. Among these people, Ji Zhu was killed by Mo Tian Yun's cousin in the end. Mo Tian Yun died in the hands of Mo Tian Ji. As for Luo Ku Di's elder brother, Luo Ku Wu, he finally lost his life in the battle between the two clans under Mo Tian Ji's scheme. And the two Grand Dukes of Gu clan, Gu Yin Yang and Gu Yin Yu, were nowhere to be found. They had already disappeared from the battle. Now, Black Devil and Dark Bamboo had risen. The remaining 10 people were also beginning to show their abilities. In the previous life, it was your world. But in this life, there is me, Chu Yang quietly said in his heart. Everyone, this is the first time we meet. Greetings. Chu Yang elegantly cupped his fists. He had a gentle smile on his face, but it was filled with a kind of noble reserve. It did not make people feel disgusted. This Grand Duke is? Ao Xieyun's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. May I ask for your name? My surname is Chu. Chu Yang's voice was clear. This is my big brother. He does not like to talk. So it is Grand Duke Chu. Ao Xieyun's heart trembled. Surname Chu? Chu clan of Upper Three Heavens? Although Chu clan was not listed as one of the great clans of Upper Three Heavens, it was still a super clan. Chapter 252. I don't dare. I am Ping Chu Fei. This is my big brother Chunan. Chu Yang smiled warmly. Gu Duxing, this Chunan, immediately glared at him and shouted, "Shut up!" However, Ao Xieyun and the others were already smiling. Chunan? Virgin? This name is really meaningful and makes people daydream. Dare I ask for the names of all of you? Chu Yang smiled shyly and said with the innocence of a young man, "We brothers like to make friends the most. I am Mo Tianyun." Mo Tianyun smiled. From his expression, no one could tell that he had just encouraged everyone to deal with these two people. However, he had actually said it himself. I am ashamed to say this. I was worried about the pros and cons of your arrival. Haha, now that you have appeared, I feel as if I have been a villain in vain. Oh? Chu Yang smiled and looked at him with appreciation. Elder Mo is really frank. I like this kind of person. Mo Tianyun smiled in a feminine manner. His expression showed that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He said, being in Jianghu, there are some things that I need to think about. Over time, I have developed such a bad habit. Elder Chu, please don't laugh at me. Of course not. Chu Yang said sincerely. My father has taught me countless times that caution is the way to survive in Jianghu. Brother Mo is not only cautious, but also honest. You are really a good friend that is hard to come by. Mo Tianyun, Ao Xieyun, and the others were stunned. No one was sure how long this Elder Chu had been eavesdropping outside. But one thing was certain. He definitely heard at least once. Even if he didn't hear the whole thing, he should have heard the end of it. In any case, he shouldn't be so intimate with Mo Tianyun. What was going on? This Elder Chu didn't know right from wrong. I am Ao Xieyun. I am Luo Kuwu. Remember, I am Ji Zhu. Ji Zhu's self-introduction made Tu Qianhao, who had been standing in the corner with a sullen face, laugh. This kind of clown was indeed the only one in San Tianyun. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. He thought in his heart, fortunately, Ji Mo's little hand didn't come. Otherwise, It would have been difficult to distinguish between these two brothers. After a round of introductions, the atmosphere in the hall became lively. Along the way, this city is really lively. Chu Yang smiled reservedly. Every movement of his showed the demeanor of a well-educated disciple of a great aristocratic family. I heard that the people here are fighting for the martial Saint Sword? Saint Saber? These are all rumors spread by ordinary people. They are not to be believed. Mo Tianyun smiled. Duke Chu came down from upper three heavens. You should know that thousands of years ago, there was no Ask the Heavens martial saint or underworld saber saint on this continent. This kind of lie can only fool those who don't know. As for us, we're just watching the show and laughing. Mo Tianyun spoke very appropriately. Just a moment ago, the awkwardness from Ao Xieyun's mocking of him to the point of being speechless actually disappeared. His eyes and expression were normal. Oh, is it fake? Chu Yang smiled slightly. Then, he changed the topic and started chatting with everyone. This time, he came down with the title of Duke of a great aristocratic family of upper three heavens. Naturally, everyone had some misgivings and would not offend him. However, there was no intimacy between their words. Other than Mo Tianyun, who tried to cover up and said a few more words, only the two brothers, Gu Yinyang and Gu Yinyu, still flattered these two, Duke of the Chu clan. Regarding this, Gu Duxing felt a little uncomfortable. When he was in the clan, these two brothers had always disliked him. When they had time, they would prank him and even want to kill him. Immortal, in front of so many people, can you have a little integrity? As for the others, they were neither too close nor too distant. Their sense of propriety was just right. As for Dong Wu Lei, Xie Danxiong, Tu Qianhao and the others, after introducing themselves, they did not say anything else. They just sat there and quietly drank their tea. Li Xiongtu's voice was the loudest. He and Luo Kuwu huddled together and argued to death. Ji Zhu was lying on the table, pretending to be dead. His body was still as boneless as before. However, Chu Yang Tongsai's sudden change of topic caught the attention of all the dukes. The thinking of geniuses was like this. If you like to say something, I don't like to hear it. But if you deliberately want to hide something, I am very interested in it. Moreover, everyone knew what Chu Yang's identity represented. This meant that he had more information than everyone else. Why did he change the topic? Could it be that there was something fishy about this? Duke Chu, did the two brothers come alone? Ao Xieyun's eyes flashed wickedly as he asked. This? Chu Yang's eyes flashed and he said, No. Ao Xieyun smiled knowingly and said, No matter what you do, having someone follow you around is indeed not a good feeling. Haha. That's right. Chu Yang acted as if he had found a soulmate. Brother Ao is really understanding. After joking around for a while, Chu Yang pulled up Gu Duxing, who was surrounded by Gu Yinyang and Gu Yinyu. He said goodbye to everyone and returned to his room. Before he left, his face flashed with a hint of joy. Ao Xieyun waved his hand, and the two experts of the Ao clan stood at the door. What do you think? Ao Xieyun asked. He looked down on Mo Tianyun and was Mo Tianyun's enemy. But at this moment, he wanted to discuss with Mo Tianyun. Because in this aspect, Mo Tianyun did have an advantage that others did not. These two people should have been guided here by Du Fa Kai. Mo Tianyun said seriously. That's right. Ao Xieyun agreed. The two of them clearly came here to test something. Mo Tianyun frowned. A little bit. They were very happy when they left. Mo Tianyun snorted. Not bad. After exchanging a few words, the two mortal enemies confirmed the suspicions in their hearts. Then, they separated. Then, Ao Xieyun stood up and walked out. Mo Tianyun also took the bodyguards of the Mo clan and swaggered away. The two of them used each other as tools to confirm their suspicions. Once they finished using each other, they immediately went their separate ways. Xie Danxiong's face showed a hint of contemplation. Although he followed behind Ao Xieyun, he also left. In an instant, Ji Zhu, Luo Kuwu, Dong Wu Lei, Tu Ganhao, Li Xiongtu, and the others all left. Moreover, each of them had their own reasons. Tired, sleepy, tired, hungry. Inside the small hall, only Gu Yinyang, his brother, and a few others were left. Suddenly, it seemed very empty. However, these people were the ones who really didn't see anything. Just as Chu Yang said, some schemes could only be used against geniuses and wise people. Against ordinary people or even fools, they were completely useless. Then, Gu Duxing's white robe fluttered as he left. After a while, Chu Yang also left heaven-reaching tower under everyone's watchful eyes. For 3 days, the guards of the great clans did not make a move. Until the afternoon, when Chu Yang and Gu Duxing returned one after the other, no one made a move. As the sky slowly darkened, the guards of the great clans began to move out. One by one, they left the inn and blended into the night. These people only had one goal: to investigate and confirm. Continent's capital was still bustling with activity. The number of outsiders was still increasing. Diwu Qingrou's Golden Horse Riders Department had already captured an unknown number of people. 3 days, those clans still have not made a move? Diwu Qingrou looked outside the window. Outside his window, there were several slender and elegant bamboos. Not much. Gaosheng smiled. Since they know that this is fake news, why would they make a move? It's just a few guards seeing the right time to go out and practice. But if we really let them participate in the fight, they would not agree. Ah, it's good that there is no movement. As long as these people do not participate, then we can control everything. Diwu Qingrou slowly paced 2 steps. No, King of Helchu has not made a move yet. This is somewhat out of my expectations. Prime Minister, what do you mean? He went through untold hardships and traveled thousands of miles to cause trouble to create such a chaotic situation. But instead, he was used by me. If it were you, what would you do? Diwu Qingrou said. I would be aggrieved. Gao Sheng told the truth. But King of Helchu has not made a move, and he has not stopped. I am adding fuel to the fire, but he does not seem to notice. This should not be the case. Diwu Qingrou frowned. But what will his next step be? King of Helchu should not be at his wit's end. Diwu Qingrou said to himself, but how will he attack my advantage? Prime Minister, our advantage is natural. Even if King of Helchu is extremely smart, this is Great Zhao, not Iron Cloud. Perhaps King of Helchu is also worried about Iron Cloud. Gao Sheng comforted him. Otherwise, others might give up. But King of Helchu will never give up. Diwu Qingrou said with certainty. Then he suddenly frowned and said, I heard that Heaven-Reaching Tower has 2 distinguished guests today. Moreover, Du Fa Kai personally came out to greet them with a very respectful attitude? Yes. According to the information, they should be 2 officials from the Chu clan of Upper 3 Heavens. Gao Sheng replied, Chu clan? Chu. Diwu Qingrou frowned. This Chu. You. Tugged at the most sensitive chord in his heart. Prime Minister, are you suspecting? King of Helchu? Gao Sheng said with concern. It's so confusing. Diwu Qingrou quietly pondered for a while. Then he let out a deep breath. Chu family official. Chu family official. Even though there is no movement from the great clans, the focus right now is on Heaven-Reaching Tower. If Beyond the Heavens Tower is in chaos, then it will be real chaos. If they are really officials from Upper 3 Heavens, they are indeed distinguished guests. Diwu Qingrou slowly said, if they are such distinguished guests, then tomorrow morning, I will personally go and pay them a visit. Prime Minister will personally go? Gao Sheng was taken aback. If they are really officials from Upper 3 Heavens, then me going is not condescending. Chapter 253. This night, Continent City was still in chaos. However, Ask the Heaven's Sword did not appear, nor did Underworld Saber. Even though they did not appear, the people of Jianghu did not stop fighting. Up until now, many descendants of Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber Saint's grandsons had died. However, what no one noticed was that on this night, there were suddenly many mysterious people with black masks on their faces. They came and went, but their martial arts had reached a frightening level. They came and went, vigilantly watching every corner of the city, waiting for Ask the Heaven's Sword or Underworld Saber to appear. Tonight, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Even though the moon was not full, it was still bright in the sky. In a corner that no one knew about, on a night like this, Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber had secretly met. Under the moonlight, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, GMO, and In Butong were quietly sitting on a branch of a big pine tree, like four squirrels having a meeting. Have you really decided? Dong Wushang asked seriously.
Yes.
GMO nodded silently. Perhaps our own big clans will also get involved in this matter, Dong Wushang said without the slightest bit of emotion. So what? Jimo's face did not have its usual frivolous expression. Instead, it was a bit serious. With the appearance of Calamity Sword, the three heavens are already facing a reshuffle. If the G clan is destined to decline in this storm, it is fine if it is a bit earlier. However, if the G clan can use this opportunity to advance, I will be very happy. Jimo's face was serious. Suddenly, he revealed a smile that did not know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Plus, in this trial, my dear brother is the leader. Cough, cough. I suspect that even if this matter is confirmed, and we put the saber and sword in front of him, he won't even bat an eyelid." Luo Kudi and In Butong shrugged their shoulders. Dong Wushang almost burst out laughing as well. Unable to hold back his laughter, he said, "You're right. That brother of yours is indeed the only weirdo in the history of the three heavens." I can only roll my eyes at such a compliment. GMO sighed. Although I know that you are speaking from the bottom of your heart, it is still somewhat unpleasant to hear. What I am most curious about is, why did your G clan allow your elder brother to become a Grand Duke? What I am even more curious about is, your elder brother is so lazy. How did he manage to cultivate to such a level? I'm still wondering why. I'm still wondering. Luo Kadi furrowed his brows, beaming with joy, his expression serious, as if he was discussing some academic issues. What you should be wondering is, why is your mouth like a cesspit? Even if you block the entrance, you can't block the stench. GMO fiercely glared at him. Ji Butong laughed and fell down from the tree. He climbed up with difficulty and leaned against the tree trunk, laughing silently with a pained expression. Dong Wushang was helpless. It was simply impossible to discuss something with these guys in a serious manner. Don't worry, your Dong family is also fine. Your elder brother Dong Wu Lei is also a person with a sense of propriety. Moreover, as far as I know, your elder brother's strength is outstanding. So, you don't have to worry about anything, GMO comforted her. But my elder brother is not necessarily the same. Luo Kadi frowned and sighed. That bastard Luo Kawu looks very calm on the surface, but let me tell you, it is all a disguise. That guy's temper is so bad that you can't even think about it. Once he goes crazy, it will be terrible. Don't we still have you? GMO looked at Luo Kadi with disdain. At the crucial moment, can't you remind us? Me? Remind? What if I ruin Boss's plan? Won't you guys skin me alive? Luo Kadi cried out as if he had been wronged. Then you make your own decision, Dong Wushang said. But this time, Gu Duxing's Gu clan is destined to suffer a great loss. Mo Tianyun used them as spears. Moreover, Gu Yin Yang and Gu Yin Yu are both very happy and narrow-minded. The two brothers are also vying for power. That is the Gu clan's matter. Naturally, second brother Gu will worry about it. We don't care about that, the other three said in unison. Besides, Gu Yin Yang and Gu Yin you have long been unhappy with them. If we just kill those two bastards, I think Gu Duxing will be very happy. He won't even shed a tear. Actually, Gu Duxing must be very eager to personally cut off those two dog heads. Since that is the case, then we have to prepare. GMO looked at the sky and said, "When the moon is bright, the time has come." Dong Wushang nodded deeply. Luo Kadi suddenly thought of something. He suddenly hugged his stomach and laughed silently. Even tears came out of his eyes. What are you thinking about? Dong Wushang was very depressed. This guy was simply crazy. I am thinking about the names of the two Dong brothers. Oh my mother. Oh wah. Luo Kadi rubbed his stomach. Dong Wushang was very curious. What about our names? You and your brother Dong Wu Lei. Ha ha ha. Luo Kadi simply opened his mouth and laughed wildly. The three of them could clearly see Luo Kadi's tongue trembling and jumping in his mouth. What is it? GMO scratched his head. Listen, Dong Wu Lei, animal type. Oh wuh. Luo Kadi was overjoyed. As for Jiang Wushang, it is even more meaningful. Animal type. Damn, Dong Wushang Yu. Even an animal type is on you. Before he finished speaking, Dong Wushang, who could not bear it any longer, punched out. Luo Kadi's laughter came to an abrupt end. He fell from the tree with a face full of blooming peach blossoms. Dong Wushang turned around with a murderous look. He looked at GMO and Miao Badong, who were about to laugh. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Isn't it very funny?" "Not funny, not funny." GMO shook his head like a rattle drum. "What is Luo Kadi saying? I don't understand a word." Miao Batong hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I don't understand a word." "Humph." Dong Wushang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get lost." GMO and Een Batong climbed down the tree with sweat all over their foreheads. They left in the darkness of the night. From afar, they heard GMO's uncontrollable laughter. Animal type, animal type. This motherfucking second young master Luo is a genius. What a famous saying. Miao Budong's voice, ha ha ha. Dong Wushang clenched his fist, and the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. But GMO and Miao Batong had already disappeared very quickly. Dong Wushang jumped down, grabbed Luo Kadi, who was about to escape, and gave him a beating. "I was wrong. I was wrong, fourth brother. My dear fourth brother, I was really wrong. Please be magnanimous." Ha ha ha. Oh woo, this is too funny. Luo Kadi cried out in pain and begged for mercy, but he could not help but laugh wildly. For a moment, he could not tell whether it was pain or pleasure. His whole body was trembling, and he could not tell whether it was from being beaten or laughing. This time, Dong Wushang mercilessly beat him to his heart's content. Every punch was heavy, and every punch hit flesh. The bright moon gradually rose to the top of their heads. The moon that was missing a corner was still bright in the sky. Suddenly, from a certain place in the city, a round beam of light suddenly shot out. It seemed to be in the shape of a sun, reflecting the moonlight in the sky, shining brightly. This beam of light was not very thick, only the thickness of a fist, but it was very condensed. Especially in the middle of the night, it was even more eye-catching. In an instant, countless night walkers discovered this strange phenomenon at the same time. They could not help but raise their heads to the night sky, watching with rapt attention. In the next moment, the situation suddenly changed again. Another arc of light rose into the sky. It crossed with the cylindrical beam of light, and suddenly the sky shone brightly, as if a sun and two moons had appeared at the same time. One moon, one crescent moon. In the silent night sky, two screams came from two places at the same time. Then, the two beams of light disappeared at the same time. Only a full moon was left in the sky. Complete silence. However, the strange scene just now was deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. Most of them were astonished. What the hell is going on? At the same time, two white figures suddenly appeared. Under the combined moonlight, under the reflection of the white snow, these two snow-white figures were like immortals from the heavens, coming from the sky. When they arrived, the two people suddenly split into two directions without saying a word. Each of them had an extremely sharp fleeting sword chi, and rushed towards the direction where the two beams of light had appeared. Swordsmen. These two handsome young men were actually two swordsmen who had achieved great swordsmanship. The white figures flashed and disappeared instantly. Heaven and earth returned to silence. At the same time, dozens of faster black figures also rose and chased in these two directions. In the night sky, the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind could not be heard. Suddenly, dozens of crowns appeared in the night sky. All the people of the martial world who saw this scene felt cold all over. This was a stage that belonged exclusively to experts. At this moment, ordinary people with mediocre cultivation should not even think about it. It was best to retreat. Dozens of king-level experts? What the fuck is going on? Chu Yang's figure was like a bolt of lightning, turning into a white line in the sky, showing a sense of urgency. However, he only saw three black-clothed sovereigns when he arrived at the scene. Although his speed was fast, he still could not compare to the king-level experts. Chu Yang's eyes swept around, and then landed elegantly. His white clothes fluttered, and he landed in front of the three men in black. "Seniors, you're really fast." Chu Yang's gentle voice carried the shyness of a young man. He said softly and slowly, "Although I tried my best and was one step ahead, I still fell behind." Elder Chu is too polite. The three men were all in black, and they did not dare to be negligent. "Well, dare I ask the three seniors, did you discover anything after coming first?" Chu Yang asked seriously. Chapter 254. "I was just looking at those glowing things for fun." "Huh?" Chu Yang said sincerely, "I have a little sister at home who loves these glowing things the most. I want to buy them for her to play with. I'm just a youngster. I'm sorry for making you laugh at me." "Little sister?" The three king-level masters rolled their eyes at the same time. "Motherfucker, these lords of great clans are really out of the ordinary. They can lie without batting an eyelid. It's as normal as eating cabbage." Even this young man, who seemed to be in his 20s, had such an ability. "Yes, we were just looking at them for fun." Ha ha ha. The three king-level masters were naturally not stupid. Even though they belonged to three different clans, at this moment, they were surprisingly in sync. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone had a tacit understanding, but they all smiled at each other with their own ulterior motives. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air was heard as a few people landed. Even though their faces were covered, everyone knew that they must be familiar with each other to be able to arrive so quickly. "Did you find anything?" The three king-level experts from before weren't as courteous to this newcomer as they were to Chu Yang, the Duke of Upper Three Heavens. They ignored him and snorted. Then, each of them flew away. "Arrogant my ass." One of the later masters spat and scolded, "Seeing that the three of you didn't fight, I know that you didn't see anything." His words were the truth. If there really was something, then the three king-level masters would have already fought to the death. "Yes, I will also go first." Chu Yang politely took the lead. He smiled and gave his greetings. Then, he took 2 steps back in a refined manner. Then, he leaped into the air and disappeared without a trace. He really is the Duke of Upper Three Heavens. There is nothing to say about his temperament. One of the king-level masters sighed. Immediately after, everyone's body shook and the crown in the sky also disappeared in an instant. At heaven-reaching tower, all the lords of Upper Three Heavens were waiting, except for Ji Zhu, who was sleeping soundly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The masters who went out came back. Each of them had an anxious expression as they entered the Duke's room. Then, heaven-reaching tower suddenly became quiet. Everyone was nervously discussing something in their rooms. The light of the sun and moon? Sun and moon shining together? Ao Sheyan frowned. He stood up and paced back and forth. He muttered, "Could it be that it's not?" Several experts of the Ao clan were calmly sitting opposite him. Each and every one of them seemed to be racking their brains to recall something. There is definitely no such person in the Ask the Heavens Martial Saint. As for the Underworld Saber Saint, that is even more nonsense. Ao Xiayun frowned and said, "I always thought that this was King of Hell Chu's scheme. His purpose was to deal with Diwu Qingro and delay Great Zhao's conquest of the world. However, this sun and moon shining together has made me suspicious. This subordinate thinks that this is still a bit deliberately mystifying." A king-level expert said, "After all, this situation is too bizarre. How can a mere saber and a mere sword cause such a phenomenon?" "Just a saber and a sword?" Ao Sheyan laughed coldly. "Where's the sword of calamity?" Everyone was speechless. "Investigate." Ao Xiayun said slowly, "Don't be in a hurry to make a move for now. However, we need to inform the clan through divine sense. Investigate all the ancient books. It's best if they are the only ones. Check if there are any abnormalities with the sun and moon shining together." He frowned slightly and said, "I seem to have seen such records before. However, I can't remember clearly." Ao Xiayun sighed. "When it's time to use the books, I regret not having enough of them." Under his command, the three king-level experts immediately gathered together. They used their own divine sense to activate the spiritual sound transmission ball. This was the most advanced and expensive method of communication in the entire heaven-level continent. This was because the divine sense of 3 king-level experts couldn't activate it at all. However, it could clearly transmit important information at the first moment. Moreover, there was no error. If it was an ordinary clan in the upper 3 heavens, they probably wouldn't be able to use this method of communication even if they used all the power of the entire clan. Sun and moon shining together. There must be something fishy about this. Mo Tianyun said heavily. The moment he heard the report, he was sure that this matter was not so simple. The Duke of the upper 3 heavens has come personally. Moreover, there is such a phenomenon. It must not be something ordinary. Only Mo Tianyun was pacing slowly. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that we have all been deceived by Diwu Qingro? Mo Tianyun's way of thinking was completely different from Ao Xianyun's. Ao Xianyun's first thought was to verify it. However, Mo Tianyun's first thought was that he had been schemed against. Don't disturb me. Mo Tianyun fell into a chair. He rested his chin on his hands and fell into deep thought. The thing that Mo Tianyun was most proud of was that he had a photographic memory. He could remember any ancient book as long as he read it once. Even if he had forgotten it after a long time, he could still remember it as long as he put his mind to it. He sat for a long time. His frown deepened. However, all the ancient books of the clan that he had read since he was a child were all recorded in his mind. Just like a small stream, there is nothing left out. Time passed slowly. Get lost. What's sun and moon shining together? Have you seen it in your generation? After Grand Duke Jizhu heard the report, he rolled over on the bed with the quilt wrapped around his body, revealing a thigh that was covered with dense black hair. He scolded, and then he started snoring. The 2 king-level experts looked at each other helplessly, and then retreated. Sun and moon shining together? Dong Wulei sat cross-legged on a prayer mat in the middle of the room. He pondered deeply. You should also think about it. What is the purpose of this? This was the reaction of the Black Saber clan. Sun and moon shining together? Luo Kuwu sat up from the bed. His eyes shined brightly. You too. One will keep an eye on the Mo clan's Mo Tianyun. The other will keep an eye on the Ao clan's Ao Xianyun. As long as they move, we will move. If they do not move, we will not move. Keep an eye on them. Do not relax. This was the reaction of the Luo clan. Or perhaps, this was the most effortless reaction. Gu Yinyang and Gu Yinyu frowned and looked at each other. Why don't we go and ask Mo Tianyun? If something good really happens, even if our Gu clan cannot eat the meat, it is still good to follow behind and drink the soup. All the great clans have a reaction? Are they sure that the 2 upper 3 heavens dukes came for this? Li Xiong-tu's beard expanded. He growled, whether it is useful or not, let's get it first. I will leave this matter to the 3 of you. What? No problem. No matter which clan it is, let's get it first. Saber and sword shine together, sun and moon shine together. Tu Qianhao's reaction was unique. We only need to watch closely, and don't act blindly without thinking. We'll let them fight each other to the death as long as the target appears. We'll take advantage of them if we can, but we'll kill them if we have no other choice. No matter what, we cannot afford to lose. Sword and saber reflecting sun and moon. I seem to have some impression of this. It was in a book called Family Discipline and Harmony. Which book was it? Xie Danxiong's tender face still had a shy expression like a girl's, but his 2 slender eyebrows were slowly knitting together. Sword and saber appearing at the same time. No, tonight is nighttime. Xie Danxiong slowly recalled. His voice was so low that it couldn't be heard. More than 10,000 years ago. No, more than 8,000 years ago. No, more than 1,000 years ago. He frowned. Then, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Yes, yes. What is it? Young lord, did you remember something? The 2 king-level masters of the Xie clan were startled. More than 1,000 years ago, there was an expert who disappeared like a flash in the pan. Xie Danxiong's phoenix eyes exposed a fierce radiance. His hands that were placed on his knees didn't move. However, 2 dreamlike viburnum flowers suddenly bloomed in his white jade-like palms, slowly rotating. This expert was a sword and saber duel master, and was called a saint at the same time. Xie Danqiong said in a low voice, sword and saber madman, Dong Fong Zhangqiong. Dong Fong Zhangqiong? The two king-level masters were perplexed. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the heaven and earth. They called out in a low voice at the same time. Dong Fong Zhangqiong is known as the saber and sword madman. Only he has the symbol valley. Xie Danqiong said calmly, the saber and the sword of the sun can slay immortals and gods. His brilliance shines through the ages. He is the saber and the sword madman. Legend has it that Dong Fong Zhangqiong shocked the upper three heavens when he made his move. That's because he was a master of both saber and sword. He was a saint-level master. It could be said that he was at the peak of perfection. He only appeared for a short period of 20 years. However, the saber and the sword of the sun turned the entire upper three heavens upside down. Legend has it that a blazing sun and a cold moon would appear in the sky as long as he used his saber and sword. Xie Danqiong said softly, 20 years later, an expert of the Three Stars Divine Clan suddenly appeared for some unknown reason. He wreaked havoc in the upper three heavens. No one could stop him. Dong Fong Zhangqiong was the #1 expert at that time. He was duty-bound. Therefore, he went to the meeting alone and fought a decisive battle with that expert of the Divine Clan. From then on, there was no news of him. That expert of the Three Stars Divine Clan never appeared again. Therefore, the marvelous scene of the saber and the sword reflecting the sun and the moon, and the two brilliances of the firmament disappeared. The two dreamy snowflakes in Xie Danqiong's palm spun more and more rapidly. His fair and tender face showed a trace of excitement. This is not the Ask the Heavens sword and the underworld saber. Could it be the sunlight saber and the moonlight sword of the saber and sword saints Dong Fong Zhangqiong? The two king-level masters of the Xie clan shook at the same time. Their faces showed a pleasantly surprised expression. No one knew that Xie Danqiong had always been low-key. However, his encyclopedic knowledge was the best in the upper three heavens. But if it is true, with the strength of our Xie clan, wanting to obtain it is just wishful thinking. Xie Danqiong's eyes were calm, and his face was tranquil. The only way is to take advantage of the chaos and fish in troubled waters. From today onwards, don't move. Don't move? The two king-level masters asked at the same time. Yes, don't move. Xie Danqiong said calmly, we are inferior to the Dong clan, the Ji clan, the Mo clan, and the Ao clan when it comes to the strength of our clan. But as long as these two weapons are verified by them, they will inevitably fight fiercely over them. But you must know that, when two tigers fight, one of them is bound to be injured. With our strength, I'm afraid we will lose our lives if we don't stay calm. Chapter 255. In another room, Ao Xieyun suddenly realized, Saber Sword Madman? Beside him, the eyes of the three king-level masters lit up and their bodies shook. Sun and moon shine together, saber and sword saints. Ao Xieyun took a deep breath. If that's true, then this is no small matter. He did not wait for the three king-level masters to express their opinions. He waved his hand and said, however, before we are sure, we must be cautious. We must not expose our intentions. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, that Duke Chu may not be telling the truth. His attitude can be said to be probing, but it can also be said that he is loosening the reins only to grasp them better. We must not make any mistakes. Ao Xieyun cautiously said, you must not be agitated and impulsive. At this time, you must be even more cautious. This includes every word you say, even every cough you make, every action you take, even every step you take. You have to think it through clearly. Understand. Do you understand? If it is not Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword left behind by Saber and Sword Madman, then this matter may be a conspiracy. And this conspiracy is aimed at the big clans of the three heavens. If this is the case, we must not let the schemer succeed. Ao Xieyun slowly paced back and forth. His voice became calmer and deeper. But if it is really sunlight saber and moonlight sword left behind by saber and sword madman, then this matter is a big whirlpool. Once you step in and cannot pull out, it is possible that the three heavens will be destroyed. But this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Be careful, be cautious, be careful, to the extreme. Ao Xie took a deep breath, but his eyes flashed with an indescribable light. But whether it is true or not, this is a conspiracy. And we still do not know who is the mastermind behind this conspiracy. Such an opponent is worthy of me, Ao Xie, to go all out. Mo Tianyun woke up from his contemplation. He frowned and said in a low voice, if the sun and moon shine together is true, then it is sunlight saber and moonlight sword left behind by saber and sword madman. That year, saber and sword madman fought against the 3 Stars Divine Clan and did not return. His 2 peerless heavenly weapons also disappeared without a trace. Legend has it that when the sunlight saber and the moonlight sword meet, a strange phenomenon will appear in the sky. But when the 2 swords meet, there is nothing special about them. When the 2 divine weapons meet, the secrets of the sunlight saber and the moonlight sword would be revealed, and they would become unrivaled experts. Saber and sword maniac relied on sunlight saber and moonlight sword to set foot on the path of the saber and sword saints. If we can obtain sunlight saber and moonlight sword, then even 10,000 Mo Tian Jis would not be able to shake my position in the Mo clan. Moreover, the Mo clan will be able to dominate the upper 3 heavens and fight for the position of the Great Clan. The more Mo Tianyun thought about it, the hotter his heart became. However, this matter still needs to be handled carefully. You can't be careless. Mo Tianyun muttered to himself. His feminine eyes flashed with determination. If we really fight, then my opponents will be the Black Saber clan and the Ao clan. The rest of us are nothing to worry about. After all, he was different from Ao Xie. Although the 2 of them had similar intelligence, their situations were completely different. Ao Xie, as the number 1 successor of the Ao clan, had a stable position and could sit back and relax. Therefore, in the face of this great temptation, he could still maintain a clear mind and clearly calculate the pros and cons of all aspects and how to deal with it. In an instant, he had already extended his thoughts to the problem of success or failure. Moreover, no matter how things progressed, he had already thought of countermeasures. Although Mo Tianyun was now a Grand Duke, his position was not stable. His younger brother, Mo Tianji, was eyeing him covetously and was ready to replace him at any time. Therefore, when Mo Tianyun encountered such a great temptation, the first thing he thought of was the stability of his position and then the rise and fall of his clan. He immediately began to plot against his opponent. On this point, the 2 were completely different. All the great clans were discussing, but the discussion time was very short. After all, these men were very decisive people. However, the 2 people who should be the first to make a decision, Ao Xie and Mo Tianyun, pondered for a long time. Mo Tianyun thought over and over again, but was not sure. Ao Xie also thought over and over again, but could not come to a conclusion. 1. But there was one thing that the 2 of them did not agree on. Once the war started, the first 2 great clans to bear the brunt would be their 2 clans. And no matter what dispute there was, the final solution would be, it would have to go through their 2 clans. All the great clans had their own ulterior motives. Yes, there was one person who did not have ulterior motives. Grand Duke Jizhu. This young master was sleeping soundly. He didn't see the anxious faces of the king-level experts of his clan. They looked as if they were about to jump up and down. Not long after Chu Yang returned to his room, Gu Duxing came in through the window. How is it? Gu Duxing asked. It's about time, Chu Yang said, but right now, we are just observing. We are still making plans and calculations. We are far from being hot-blooded and crazy. It seems that we have to do it again. That's good, Gu Duxing said, but if we do it again, only one can appear. We can't have 2 at the same time. The commotion is too big. It's best to appear under the name of Ask the Heaven's Sword or Underworld Saber. Of course, Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. The location for the next time will be the final danger zone. Have you chosen it? I am considering whether to choose the Royal Palace or the Imperial Mausoleum. Chu Yang snorted and said, or, the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department? Royal Palace, Imperial Mausoleum. The headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department? Gu Duxing sucked in a breath of cold air. This big brother Chu's heart was truly too vicious. Gu Duxing could imagine that if such a situation were to explode, then Great Zhao would not be as simple as just a big mess. It would definitely be a disaster for the entire country. On this night, Wu Yunliang led the remaining 300 people of Beyond the Heavens sect to Ironcloud Citadel. Wu Yunliang had come several times and had secret talks with Taibu Tian. But every time he came, it was to ask for an audience. Taibu Tian's attitude was reserved and distant. At that time, Taibu Tian was only a Grand Duke. But this time, when he came to Iron Cloud, it was already late at night. Moreover, Taibu Tian, who was already the ruler of a country, personally came out to welcome him. He gave Wu Yunliang enough face. This made the people of Beyond the Heavens sect feel honored. After some greetings and introductions, Taibu Tian's eyes searched for a long time. In the end, he could not help but ask Wu Yunliang in a low voice, "Sect Master Wu, may I ask where your sect senior Ming is?" Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly and said, "My youngest martial brother has already left lower 3 heavens for upper 3 heavens." Taibu Tian said apologetically, "It seems that Senior Ming had no choice." "Yes, my youngest martial brother said that if he stayed in lower 3 heavens, he would become a tool for Diwu Qingro to attack his younger martial brothers." Wu Yunliang sighed softly. Youngest martial brother is proud and arrogant. Plus, he cares about his 2 younger martial brothers to the bone. How could he allow himself to be a burden to them? So he decided to leave. Taibu Tian sighed softly. He was also a bit disappointed. He wanted to see Chu Yang's master and junior martial brother this time. He wanted to see what kind of master could teach such a talented disciple. He did not expect that Ming Chao Ran had already left. He left so freely without any hesitation. "Dare I ask your majesty, what is your majesty planning to do with our Beyond the Heavens sect?" Wu Yunliang asked tentatively. He did not want to ask, but Taibu Tian's unexpected courteous attitude made Wu Yunliang ask this question. Taibu Tian calmed down and said casually, "Beyond the Heavens sect will naturally remain Beyond the Heavens sect. Our strength will not be divided, and we will not belong to any department. What does Sect Master Wu think?" Yes. Wu Yunliang was startled. He originally wanted to merge Beyond the Heavens sect into Butian Pavilion. Then, under Chu Yang's supervision, he could smoothly catch the spies of the sect. While he was at it, he could follow the vine to the melon and expose Diwu Qingrou's scheme. After all, Chu Yang and Wu Qinqian were both at Butian Pavilion. Both of them had high positions and power. Butian Pavilion could not be separated from Beyond the Heavens sect. However, Taibu Tian's words mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Moreover, Taibu Tian's cold face told him that there was no need to talk about this anymore. Thinking of this, Wu Yunliang smiled bitterly. Taibu Tian personally came out to welcome them, but how could it be for me? It was clearly for Ming Chao Ran. She was giving face to King of Hell Chu. As for me, the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, ahem, it's not worth mentioning. After arranging the people of Beyond the Heavens sect in a designated place, Taibu Tian left behind a few officials to entertain them and returned to the palace. After a while, Wu Qinqian arrived under the escort of Butian Pavilion. "This is not possible." Wu Qinqian shook her head firmly. "Chu Yang once said that anyone can enter Butian Pavilion, but not Beyond the Heavens sect." Wei Mao. Wu Yunliang was a little dumbfounded. Just letting a few people in was good enough. He did not expect Chu Yang to block this path ahead of time. If Beyond the Heavens sect wants to stay in Iron Cloud for a long time and flourish, it cannot enter the political arena and cannot enter Butian Pavilion. Wu Qinqian said, "This is what Chu Yang once said. He knew that as long as you came, you would ask to enter Butian Pavilion or some other department. He told me to tell you, don't even think about it." Chu Yang said that if you really do this, then as long as Iron Cloud's crisis is not over, Beyond the Heavens sect will be fine. But once Iron Cloud's crisis is over, Beyond the Heavens sect will definitely be destroyed by Taibu Tian. No ruler would allow their officials to collude with other sects. No wise ruler would allow this. If Beyond the Heavens sect is not used to death by Diwu Qingro, but dies under the butcher's knife of the people they are loyal to, that would be the greatest tragedy. These are all Chu Yang's words. Wu Qianqian said, I think Chu Yang's words are very reasonable. Chapter 256. Yes, Chu Yang also wanted me to tell you that no matter why you expelled him from Beyond the Heavens sect, he is no longer a member of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian hesitated and said, therefore, when you estimate the strength of Beyond the Heavens sect, you must exclude him. Otherwise, you will suffer. Huh. Niao Yunliang sighed. He could not describe the feeling in his heart. Chu Yang also. Wu Qianqian lowered her head. What else did he say? Wu Yunliang frowned and smiled bitterly. He said, if you want me to stay in Butian Pavilion, then it would be best if you also expel me, the female slave, from Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian bit her lips and said with difficulty, this way, we can truly guarantee Beyond the Heavens sect's future. Wu Yunliang sighed. Wu Yunliang was dumbstruck. Before coming here, he had thought about this possibility. But now that everything was going well, he could not help but feel that this was an illusion. He thought that all of this could be done. His original goal was to survive in the gap between Great Zhao and Iron Cloud, to survive under the bullying of the big sections. But now, he had succeeded. He did not even have to wait for the final step to achieve his first goal. Therefore, he was greedy. If the government and Jiang, who developed at the same time and supported each other, would Beyond the Heavens sect not become the #1 sect in the world in a few years? But at this moment, the ruthless reality hit him hard in the head. Eldest martial brother, do not forget that Beyond the Heavens sect belongs to Jiang Hu. Meng Chao Rant's words once again echoed in his mind. If you insist on letting Beyond the Heavens sect enter the imperial court, there is only one possibility. That is when Beyond the Heavens sect is completely wiped out, and only a few people are left. The court is the court, Jiang Hu is Jiang Hu, and sects are sections. This cannot be reconciled and cannot be combined. Even the sects and clans of Jiang Hu are completely different, let alone Jiang Hu and the court. Good. Wu Yunliang's face seemed to have aged a few years. He turned his head and said, then I will follow your wishes and expel you. The walls of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian took a deep breath. She stared blankly for a long while. Suddenly, a bitter feeling of despair arose in her heart. Chu Yang did not say that he was no longer a member of Beyond the Heavens sect. He also did not say anything about Wu Yunliang expelling Wu Qianqian from the sect. Wu Qianqian had acted on her own initiative. Wu Qianqian had undoubtedly sacrificed her youthful years when she had made this decision. She had sacrificed her entire life for the sake of the black robe that represented King of Hell Chu. Perhaps your legend isn't here. Perhaps your future isn't here. Wu Qianqian thought quietly. Perhaps your future doesn't include me. But I'm willing to protect the legend you've created in this place. Black robe is here, King of Hell Chu is here, and you are here. You know how I feel, but you can't respond. I have never made myself known, for I have my pride. Even though I, Wu Qianqian, am just a girl from the pugilistic world, and even though I will never be able to catch up to your achievements, I still have my pride and dignity as a girl. That's why I didn't say anything. I didn't want to receive a clear rejection, and I didn't want to make things difficult for you. But I am here. Even if my heart is broken, even if my soul is broken, even if I am beyond redemption, I am willing to protect this dream of my heart. I will never tell anyone about it in this life. Wu Qianqian silently and firmly said this to herself. At this moment, she was silent, but she was making a lifelong promise in her heart. Wu Yunliang sighed. He did not know what had happened, but he could clearly feel that his daughter, who was in the prime of her life, at this moment of silence, was filled with heartbreak and depression. I'm going back. Wu Qianqian turned around and put on her black robe. The loose black robe covered her thin figure. She walked out with her head held high. She was displaying the domineering aura of King of Hell Chu at this moment. It didn't matter if it was her movements, footsteps, or aura. That kind of cruel and ruthless aura. Even though no one knew that behind this terrifying black robe that symbolized all of Iron Cloud, there was a delicate heart that was breaking little by little. The experts of Bution Pavilion who had been waiting outside immediately appeared and escorted this king of Hell Chu, who had shaken the entire Iron Cloud. Eldest brother. Kong Jingfeng walked out from behind the screen. Qin Qian has really grown up? Yes, she has grown up. Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh and said, she has grown up to the point where even I, her father, do not understand her. When Wu Qianqian returned, Tai Bu Tian was waiting for her at Bu Tian Pavilion. Your Majesty? It is so late. Why are you here? Wu Qianqian asked in surprise. I couldn't sleep. There is something I need to discuss with you. Tai Bu Tian sighed deeply. Between her eyebrows, there was an unconcealable worry. What is it? Wu Qianqian immediately became spirited. She knew that something that could make Tai Bu Tian reveal such an expression was not a small matter. Bu Tian Pavilion is going to make a big move. And you, King of Hell Chu, will have to make a few public appearances. Tai Bu Tian said in a low voice. Did he encounter some trouble in Great Zhao? Wu Qianqian asked. Diwu Qingro is not easy to deal with. That's right. Minister Chu has successfully caused chaos in the continent. However, he has also created an opportunity for Diwu Qingro. What we need to do now is to prove that King of Hell Chu is still in Iron Cloud. Tai Bu Tian looked at the black robe on his body. King of Hell Chu will always be in Iron Cloud. He will not leave. Niao Qianqian said in a low voice regarding the operation, I have been planning it these past few days. It should be carried out tomorrow. But Wu Qianqian raised her head. Her eyes were sharp. This is our Bu Tian Pavilion's matter. The information should have reached my hands immediately. How did it reach your Majesty? This should be Chan Yutong's dereliction of duty. Tai Bu Tian cut a rare sorry figure under Wu Qianqian's pressuring gaze. He straightened his face and coughed a few times. Then, he said, I was the one who requested clan leader Chun to report to me as soon as possible regarding any news from the Great Zhao. But this is not in accordance with Bu Tian Pavilion's procedures. Wu Qianqian said bluntly, Your Majesty, please take back this decision. Tai Bu Tian opened his mouth and looked at her. After a long time, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He said, That's fine. As for Bu Tian Pavilion's operation, I will arrange it overnight. Wu Qianqian said indifferently, If your Majesty has nothing else to say, please go back. This was the autonomy he left for Bu Tian Pavilion. Whatever he left behind, she could not lose. Therefore, Wu Qianqian's performance was extremely strong. She would not yield an inch, even if she was facing the Emperor. This was Wu Qianqian's greatest pride. But this kind of forcefulness made Tai Bu Tian suddenly have a strange feeling in her heart. Tai Bu Tian looked at Wu Qianqian's golden ferocious mask in a daze. Looking at the black robe that covered her body tightly, a strange look appeared in his eyes. It was as if he was yearning, as if he was reminiscing, and as if he was angry. Wu Qianqian was shocked. Looking at Tai Bu Tian's eyes, Wu Qianqian could not help but think too much. She thought about how His Majesty still had not married an empress or a concubine. She could not help but become extremely vigilant. Could it be that he actually has those kinds of thoughts towards me? She took 2 steps back and said coldly, Your Majesty, this is Bu Tian Pavilion. Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity. Tai Bu Tian immediately became embarrassed. He coughed repeatedly and looked embarrassed. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Have thoughts towards you? How is this possible? Then, cough, cough, cough. I will take my leave. Farewell, Your Majesty. Watching Tai Bu Tian leave under the protection of the shadow guards, Niao Qianqian's eyes revealed a repressed look. Chu Yang, you bastard. You left me here. If by any chance His Majesty... if that happens, I, Wu Qianqian, would rather die. I will not let him have his way. My heart is already buried deep for you. Wu Qianqian's eyes slowly became as calm as ice. She waved her hand and said in a low voice, Send my order. Tell Hall Leader Chan to come here immediately. Not long after, Chen Yutong almost sprinted to King of Hell Chu's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door suddenly opened. King of Hell Chu, wearing a black robe and a mask, appeared like a ghost. Hall Leader Chun, you have been quite bold during this period of time. King of Hell Chu's strange words almost scared Chun Yu Tong out of his wits. I do not dare. Haha, you do not dare? What do you not dare to do, Hall Leader Chun? Wu Qin smiled sinisterly. Even the information about our Butian pavilion can't be seen by me, the minister. Yet, the emperor is here to tell us. Chun Yu Tong fell to his knees. Minister. This is his majesty's secret order. I do not dare to disrespect you. I do not care what difficulties you have. Wu Qin said without the slightest bit of sympathy. Since you have done it, you must bear the consequences. Hall Leader Chun, do you think Heavenly Secrets Hall is punishing you? Or are you punishing yourself? I am willing to accept the punishment. Chun Yu Tong shuddered. Minister Chu's way of handling things was becoming more and more unpredictable. If Heavenly Secrets Hall was punished because of him, then everyone would know that he, the hall leader, was the one who was implicated. He had already been through this once. If it happened again, he would not be far from stepping down. 200 strikes of the rod. Wu Qin said casually, go get it yourself. If you miss one strike, you will automatically retire. Get out of here. Wu Qin roared. If something like this happens again, be careful of your head. Chun Yu Tong fled in defeat. The surrounding guards were as silent as cicadas in winter. Wu Qin was silent for a while and said, pass down my order. Tell Hall Leader Chun to prepare for action. Yes. Chapter 257. On the way back to the imperial palace, Tai Butian frowned as she sat in the palanquin. Her eyes were somewhat frustrated. I just want to know if he is doing well in Great Zhao. Is he in danger? Is Jigu going well? Whether or not he could withstand the immense pressure he was under right now. That was all. But Wu Qin's resolute and decisive struggle just now was very similar to. They are all pitiful people. Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. Unknowingly, she had blurted out these words. What orders does your majesty have? The two shadow guards asked at the same time. Pitiful people? Who? Nothing. Tai Butian's muffled and embarrassed voice came out from the palanquin. The two shadow guards said oh and disappeared into the void. In the palanquin, Tai Butian reached out and touched her hot cheeks. Thinking of the sentence just now, she couldn't help but smile bitterly and helplessly. Pitiful? Who is more pitiful? At least Wu Qin has a black robe and a King of Hell Chu. But I don't even have these. Being born in the royal family, was he destined to be a loner? Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. Who would know that I, the emperor, actually don't want to sit on the throne? Oh, men who plow and women weave, your greatest hope in life is the golden horse and jade hall. But do you know that my greatest wish is to be like you? Working at sunrise and resting at sunset, men plow and women weave, living a leisurely life? Tai Butian tiredly closed her eyes. Her body gently swayed along with the palanquin. She slowly felt that her heart was as lonely as the ice and snow at the top of the mountain. The road of the emperor is a lonely road. And I, Tai Butian, am destined to be more lonely than any other emperor. Because, the second half of the night, Diwu Qingrou's face was so ugly that it was somewhat scary. Sun and moon resurgence? Are you sure? I am sure. Jing Minghun's face was also not good. The moment he saw the sun and moon resurgence, he saw dozens of crowns appear in the sky. It was as if he saw the sky collapse. Sun and moon resurgence, for 10,000 years, there is only one possibility, and it is related to sabers and swords. Diwu Qingrou took a deep breath and said, Sunlight saber and moonlight sword. So ruthless. King of Hell Chu, you are so calculating. Jing Minghun was shocked. Diwu Qingrou had clearly gritted his teeth and said these words. Being able to make Diwu Qingrou's face turn ugly was already an incredible matter. Being able to make Diwu Qingrou gnash his teeth was even more unimaginable. Everything is interconnected. Everything is interconnected. Diwu Qingrou sighed and slowly said, This should be King of Hell Chu's response. I hadn't expected that King of Hell Chu's counterattack would come so quickly and so sinisterly. Counterattack? Jingming Hun was puzzled. Even if it caused an even fiercer fight, it should still proceed according to the Prime Minister's plan. What was there to be afraid of? You don't understand. What's frightening isn't this kind of competition. What's frightening is where King of Hell Chu will detonate this competition. Diwu Qingro sighed and said, there are two places for King of Hell Chu to choose from. One is the Imperial Palace, and the other is the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department. If he chooses the Imperial Palace, it would be fine. Even if there is chaos, it would still be bearable. But if he detonates it at the headquarters of Golden Horse Riders Department, then, not only would all our efforts in the past few days be for naught, the entire Feng province would become a rotten mess. It would also be very likely that we would lose most of our manpower. You should know that the suction force of these sabers and swords is aimed at the clans of the three heavens. Diwu Qingro frowned, and these people, even if they are lying in front of our door with only one breath left, they are not people we can recruit. We can only treat them and then send them away. There is no benefit for us. Tomorrow, I will personally go to Heaven Reaching Tower. In addition to meeting the two Grand Masters Chu, I will also test the reactions of the major clans. I hope that the scene I don't want to see the most does not appear. Diwu Qingrou's eyes were full of worry as he slowly spoke. The next morning, Chu Yang had just woken up when he heard a knock on the door. The shopkeeper of Heaven Reaching Tower, Du Fa Kai, had come to visit. Grandmaster Chu, haha, did you sleep well? Du Fa Kai smiled from ear to ear. Not bad. Chu Yang washed himself and said casually, it was hard on you. Mr. Du, how did you know that I like this kind of absolute purple orchid the most? I really did not think of it. Du Shaokai became even more respectful and said, my lord, this lowly one had to go to several places to get the absolute fragrance of the purple orchid from the Imperial Palace. If my lord is satisfied, then this lowly one is relieved. Chu Yang wiped his face with a towel and said, it is so early in the morning. Does shopkeeper Du have an urgent matter? Yes. Du Fa Kai respectfully said, it is the Prime Minister of Great Zhao, Diwu Qingro, who sent someone to deliver an invitation. He wants to see the two Grand Masters this morning. This little one will pass on the message. Prime Minister of Great Zhao, Diwu Qingro? Chu Yang closed his eyes and revealed a thoughtful expression. His tone was also interrogative. This Prime Minister Diwu is an extraordinary character. Du Fa Kai kindly reminded him, with his own strength, he created Great Zhao's current prosperity. As he said this, he talked a lot. It seems that shopkeeper Du has a deep impression of this Prime Minister Diwu. Chu Yang said with a smile that was not a smile, if that is the case, how can I not give shopkeeper Du face? As he said this, he reached out and took the invitation. Du Fa Kai tactfully retreated. Diwu Qingrou's invitation? Chu Yang flipped through the gilded greeting card, and a feeling of absurdity arose in his heart. He smiled and opened the invitation. On it was written, Greetings, Brother Chu. Qingro has come to pay respects. These 8 words were written in an elegant and vigorous style. They were written in a strict manner. It was as steady as a mountain, but it also revealed an awe-inspiring aura. Looking at the literal meaning, it seemed like it was an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. This handwriting must have been deliberately done by Diwu Qingro. It is to give me a show of strength. Chu Yang smiled and put the invitation aside. He thought to himself, it seems that Diwu Qingro still suspects that I am King of Hell Chu, but since this guy dares to take the risk, he has some courage. Chu Yang thought and suddenly shivered. It can't be just some courage. Could it be that Diwu Qingro himself is a master? I can't eliminate this possibility. Originally, Chu Yang planned to let Gu Duxing receive Diwu Qingro when he came, but now he changed his mind. Since Diwu Qingro was coming, why should he hide? Diwu Qingro was already suspicious of his identity. If he avoided meeting him, wouldn't it make him even more suspicious? If that is the case, then I will deal with you, the wisest person in the world. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. This was his biggest opponent in the lower 3 heavens. If he did not meet him, no matter who won or lost in the future, he would inevitably have regrets in his heart. Diwu Qingro is coming? Gu Duxing walked over from the next room. He was full of energy. Yes. Should I deal with him, or you? I will, Chu Yang said, but don't go away, so as not to complicate matters. Gu Duxing nodded. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a lightning-like sword intent. If I kill this guy with one strike? Absolutely not. Chu Yang was shocked. Who is Diwu Qingro? If he dares to come, how can he not be sure of his safety? I am sure that if we make a move, not only will we not be able to kill him, we will also die without a doubt. Gu Duxing said casually, I am just joking with you. Chu Yang sighed. How could he not see that Gu Duxing's heart was already filled with killing intent? He said seriously again, absolutely not. Do you understand? Okay, Gu Duxing said unwillingly. Also, don't show your hostility. Chu Yang warned again. Okay, your aura. Okay, your sword energy. Are you tired of it? Chu Yang was speechless. When the morning sun shone on the earth, Diwu Qingro arrived at Heaven-Reaching Tower. There were only 2 people accompanying him, Jing Minghun and Yin Wu Tian. With these 2 king-level leaders by his side, Diwu Qingro was confident that even if Heaven-Reaching Tower was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it would not be able to stop him. Prime Minister, Duke Chu has been waiting for you for a long time. Du Fei stepped forward and said, Shopkeeper Du has worked hard. Diwu Qingro smiled. Did Duke Chu say anything? Du Fei was startled and said, Duke Chu did not say anything, but from his expression, it seems like he is used to it. Used to it? Diwu Qingro chuckled and said, Shopkeeper Du, please lead the way. Thank you. When Diwu Qingro climbed the stairs to the last floor, he suddenly felt something and could not help but look up. In front of him was a vast expanse of snow and ice. 2 young men in white stood quietly at the top of the stairs to welcome him. It was only 2 people, but Diwu Qingro suddenly felt like he was surrounded by flowers and jade trees. At the same time, a faintly discernible sword energy surged in the air. This was not a murderous aura, nor was it sword energy, nor was it an imposing aura. It was a kind of charm that a swordsman could unconsciously emit. This charm was something that even a top swordsman would not be able to completely conceal. To be able to conceal it to such an extent, it was enough to show that these 2 young swordsmen were using all their strength. And this kind of attitude, from a fundamental point of view, showed a kind of friendliness. It seemed that these 2 Duke Chu were curious about Diwu Qingro's visit, but did not have the slightest hostility. Is Prime Minister Diwu coming in person? I am Chu Fei. Greetings. At the top of the stairs, the young man had a gentle smile on his face. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly raised his hand to salute. He did not appear to be flattering or arrogant. It was as if this was a normal visit, and the host was eagerly welcoming him. Chapter 258. Chu Yang smiled and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He looked over and saw that Diwu Qingro was a man in his 40s. He had long eyebrows and phoenix eyes. He had 3 long strands of beard that floated in front of his chest. His hair was as black as ink. His body seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. It made people unable to see through him, but when they saw him, they could feel that he was extraordinary. Diwu Qingro's current appearance was more like that of a hermit in the mountains. If one were to look at him like this, no one would be able to imagine that this tranquil and carefree person was the prime minister of a nation. He was an ambitious and ruthless person who controlled millions of troops and controlled the world's situation. He could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Even the enemy could only move between his palms. This was Diwu Qingro, but now his body was full of peace. His eyes were full of grace and compassion. He seemed to be a compassionate man with lofty ideals. He was facing the suffering of the world. He was sighing with heartache. Prime Minister is too polite. Please. Chu Yang stepped aside and extended his hand to welcome the guest. Elder Chu, please. Diwu Qingro asked with a refined smile. Chu Yang and Diwu Qingro walked side by side as he stepped on the stairs. This is Diwu Qingro looked at Gu Duxing with a smile. Gu Duxing's cold eyes also looked over. A sword flashed in his eyes. Sword energy filled the air. Looking at Diwu Qingro was like looking at a corpse. This was a kind of look in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to slaughter the world with his sword. He had no scruples. Everyone in the world was a dead man in front of his sword. Jing Minghun and Din Wu Tian's aura surged violently. Their four eyes looked at Gu Duxing fiercely. The other side's indifferent attitude was unbearable for these two king-level masters. This was contempt. Whether it was Diwu Qingrou's power or the dignity of a king-level master, they couldn't allow such contempt in front of them. The three auras suddenly collided. Gu Duxing's face turned pale. His body suddenly leaned back. His eyes became even colder. His sword energy surged out like a violent wave. "This is my elder brother, Chu Nan." Chu Yang was somewhat embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Grandpa Seed, please don't take offense. My eldest brother doesn't like to talk. He cultivates." He looked at Gu Duxing with an inquiring gaze. Gu Duxing nodded and didn't say a word. "He cultivates." Emotionless sword Dao. Chu Yang's voice was somewhat low. "Oh, Diwu Qingro, Jing Minghun," and In Wu Tian suddenly understood. No wonder this guy is as cold as a coffin. He cultivates the emotionless sword way. He couldn't be blamed for this. Thinking this way, he withdrew his aura at the same time. But Gu Duxing didn't withdraw his aura. The sword energy crisscrossed in the closed passageway. On the walls on both sides, there were dozens of crisscrossing sword marks. Jing Minghun and In Wu Tian looked at each other in amazement. How old was the other party? He actually had such an achievement. He was a revered level swordsman, and he used his body as a sword to release sword energy. Such a person was definitely a genius in the sword Dao. However, if such a young man were to cultivate the emotionless sword Dao, although it would be extremely powerful, it would be equivalent to him losing his youth. To a person's life, this was truly a regrettable thing to do. This kind of pity would become an inner demon the more profound it was. Thinking this, Jing Minghun and In Wu Tian looked at each other at the same time. They both saw the gloating look in each other's eyes. Brother Ling cultivates the emotionless sword Dao. We can see this. Jing Minghun was a first-grade king-level expert. But when he looked at Gu Duxing, a second-grade revered sword master, he unexpectedly felt that the other party's fighting spirit and sword intent were constantly rising crazily. No matter how powerful his aura was, the other party's sword intent was like an ice-cold needle that was constantly moving forward. It would break through the surface and advance courageously. Jing Minghun had a feeling that this young swordsman's fighting style was absolutely crazy. "I would rather my whole body turn into minced meat. But as long as my sword is still there, I can still poke a hole in your body." Facing this young, revered sword master, Jing Minghun felt as if his back was drenched in sweat. If he could cultivate to the third grade of Sword King with such ruthless sharpness, perhaps a king-level expert like himself would have to run as far away as possible. This had nothing to do with the depth of his primary power. It was a characteristic of the emotionless sword Dao. As long as he used his sword, there would be no return. Jing Minghun could easily kill a third-grade Sword King with his cultivation, but under the opponent's sharp counterattack, he would suffer a sword wound that would never heal. His soul would be damaged. Once it was formed, he would never be able to advance again. Jing Minghun would never do such a thing. Therefore, he asked Chu Yang out of curiosity, "But I don't know if Grand Duke Chu also cultivates the sword?" His voice faintly carried an inquisitive tone, and it was somewhat overbearing. He had been in a superior position for a long time. He had always talked to his subordinates. He had developed a habit of speaking condescendingly. In fact, he was not being disrespectful. But Diwu Qingro couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "You are?" Chu Yang revealed a questioning look as he looked at Jing Minghun. "My surname is Jing. I am the Prime Minister's attendant and bodyguard." Jing Minghun calmly said. "Oh." Chu Yang exhaled. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Jing is right. I also cultivate the sword. But it's not the ruthless way of the sword. It's—" He hesitated for a moment. It seemed as if he was hesitating whether he should say it or not. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Isn't this Grand Duke Chu's temper a bit too good? But then he heard Chu Yang say, it's the secular way of the sword. He smiled gently. But he slowly raised his head after he had finished answering the other party's question. Then he slowly said with a warm smile, Brother Jing, this is the first time we've met. So, I'll answer your question on behalf of Diwu Qingrou. Diwu Qingrou had just doubted his good temper. But his bad temper had immediately flared up. Chu Yang looked at Jing Minghun's cold eyes. However, he still had a smile on his face as he calmly said, however, I don't like people interrupting me when I'm talking to someone. If there's a next time, I don't care if you're a king-level expert or an emperor-level expert. I don't care if you're a king-level expert of the Golden Horse Riders Department or a king-level expert of the Silver Donkey Riders Department. Do you understand? His eyes suddenly flashed like a sharp sword as he looked at Jing Minghun. He was a young man, but his body was brimming with a kind of lofty and superior demeanor. It seemed as if he was on the same level as the heavens. His body was at the top of the world. His eyes were filled with disdain. His aura was unhindered. His eyes were cold and sharp. He looked at a king-level master as if he was looking at an ant. He had always referred to himself as I, but he was now full of this Grand Duke. That kind of playboy aura of the top clan of the upper three heavens was suddenly revealed. I'm crazy. My cultivation isn't as good as yours. But I dare to scold you in front of you. I point at your nose and scold you. You have a temper? You've got guts. You dare to speak to me in a condescending tone? I'll crush you to death with a condescending tone. Jing Minghun's face instantly turned purple. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He took a deep breath and forced himself to lower his head. However, he couldn't help but clench his fists. But he didn't dare to move. The other party was Brother Chu, who of the upper three heavens. With the strength of the upper three heavens clan, killing a king-level master like him would be as easy as blowing off dust. Moreover, he knew that Diwu Qingrou had come here for an important matter. So, how could he dare to ruin Diwu Qingrou's plan if Diwu Qingrou didn't open his mouth? Forget it. Diwu Qingrou's face was still as gentle as before. He didn't show any dissatisfaction. Minghun, don't talk. Chu Yang had just vented his anger. So, he turned his head and faced Diwu Qingrou with a warm and gentle smile. I was too anxious. I couldn't help but discipline your servant on your behalf. Haha, I hope Prime Minister won't blame me. Haha, this is my bad temper since childhood. I can't stand people who don't know etiquette. They don't know who's superior and who doesn't know when to advance or retreat. I've made a fool of myself in front of Prime Minister. Diwu Qingrou calmly said, it's okay. But Duke Chu was a bit rash. But you're right to discipline him. King-level Master Jing isn't my servant. He's my friend for many years. We've always been like brothers. Like brothers. Jing Minghun heard these words. He suddenly felt warm in his heart. He felt warm. The grievances he had suffered a moment ago had disappeared because of these words. Oh? Chu Yang's pupils shrank. He kindly smiled and said, don't tell me. I just scolded Prime Minister's friend? These two people hadn't even sat down yet. But they were already at each other's throats. One was cautiously probing, and the other was going all out to deal with the probing. Chu Lu is an honored guest of the upper three heavens. If I haggle over this matter, it would be rather. Diwu Qingrou smiled and said, it would be rather ungentlemanly. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Chu Yang also kindly smiled and said, Prime Minister, if you want to deal with people like us, you'd better train your subordinates to be more obedient. Then, he laughed heartily and said, but Prime Minister has come here today. So you're my guest. Please, please. I knew early in the morning that Prime Minister was coming. So, I specially prepared good tea for Prime Minister. Please don't be polite. Then, he straightforwardly let Diwu Qingrou in. King of Hell Chu had won the first round of the clash between two heroes. Diwu Qingrou was at a disadvantage. But he felt somewhat wronged. That was because the other party was completely unreasonable. Diwu Qingrou's performance was perfect. The other party was methodical in the beginning. However, he was temperamental. If he said he was unreasonable, he would be unreasonable. If he said he would turn hostile, he would turn hostile. Even Diwu Qingro felt somewhat aggrieved by this sudden outburst of astonishment. Chapter 259. The reason for this was Jing Minghun's interjection. With Jing Minghun's status in Diwu Qingro's group, he had the right to interject. Not only did he have the right to interject, but he also had the right to make decisions. How could the number 1 king-level master of Golden Horse Riders Department be ordinary? But now, Chu Yang's interjection had allowed Chu Yang to rudely grab hold of him. He had used an extremely unreasonable, arrogant, and despotic attitude. He had ruthlessly given Diwu Qingro a show of strength. Diwu Qingro had come to probe. Therefore, Chu Yang would be seen through by Diwu Qingro if he showed any weakness. Therefore, Chu Yang could not show any weakness. On the contrary, he was the Duke of Upper Three Heavens. How honorable was that? How transcendent was that? Diwu Qingro, you are the Prime Minister of a secular country. I have given you a lot of face by meeting you. I don't care if you are an ambitious person or a coward. In my eyes, you are less than a dog's fart. If I want to be angry, I will be angry. If I want to be angry, I will be angry. If I catch a loophole in your subordinates, I will be able to influence your purpose. Although I am rude, I am rude. What can you do about it? Chu Yang's unreasonable behavior this time seemed to be rude and unreasonable. However, his demeanor, bearing, and temperament perfectly displayed the tyrannical power of a super clan of the Upper Three Heavens. Jing Minghun was furious. Diwu Qingro was depressed. But Minister Chu's heart was beating like a drum. After all, he was facing Diwu Qingro. Who would have thought that Diwu Qingro would not be able to see through this? After entering the room, both sides sat down as the host and the guest. However, the harmony that had been there a moment ago had disappeared because of King of Hell Chu's unreasonable provocation. Please, this is the purple crystal tea that I picked from the Purple Cloud Mountain. It's the only one of its kind, even in the Upper Three Heavens. Chu Yang politely brought out the teacups. However, there were only 2 seats at the tea table. One was the host, and the other was the guest. Obviously, this Duke Chu did not prepare a seat for a servant, let alone enjoy his good tea. Although Jing Minghun and Yin Wu Tian were sullen, they could only stand behind Diwu Qingro. Good tea. Diwu Qingro took a sip, closed his eyes, and savored the aftertaste. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed. I haven't drunk this tea for many years. This cup of tea seems to have brought me back to the frivolous past when I was a teenager. Oh, has Prime Minister drunk this tea before? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Diwu Qingro's origin had always been a mystery. Some said that he was an orphan. Some said that he was a descendant of a noble. Some said that he had mysteriously appeared, but none of the legends could be proven. Diwu Qingro's origin was even more mysterious than King of Hell Chu's facade. However, Chu Yang suddenly became alert when he heard these words today. Could it be that Diwu Qingro's roots are in the Upper Three Heavens? Haha. Diwu Qingro smiled meaningfully and said, Ancestor of the Chu clan. Senior Chu, are you still in good health? Chu Yang said solemnly, God bless you, elder ancestor. Your body is as healthy as before. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Good people have good karma. Diwu Qingro's face revealed a look of reminiscence as the fragrance of the tea lingered in the air. He said, in those days, the ancestor of the Chu clan, Senior Chu Bai Shao, used a long sword to gallop unhindered in the Upper Three Heavens. Countless people died under his sword. His illustrious fame and awe-inspiring divine might have left the descendants fascinated and in awe. Prime Minister, I'm afraid you've remembered wrongly. Ancestor did not use a sword back then. Chu Yang frowned, but his face was not worried. Prime Minister, you can't speak carelessly, haha. Diwu Qingro's eyes flashed and said, Did I remember wrongly? Humph. Chu Yang snorted and said, Prime Minister, today I have a good temper. If it were anyone else in the Chu clan, I'm afraid no one would be able to joke with you like this. What a joke. Since Chu Yang planned to pretend to be the Chu clan's patriarch, How could he not ask the blue-clothed man about the Chu clan's affairs? Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at how the blue-clothed man patiently answered Chu Yang's questions that night. It was obvious that Diwu Qingrou's probing would not work. Minister Chu asked about the direction of every latrine in the Chu clan. This made the blue-clothed man almost collapse. However, Diwu Qingrou's focus was not on this. Sigh, so much time has passed. I've forgotten many things. But there's one thing that I'm still brooding about. Diwu Qingrou let out a melancholy sigh and said, I remember that I met Big Brother Fei Ling a few times back then. Big Brother Fei Ling's lifelong regret made me wring my hands and sigh. I was depressed all day long. I don't know if it has been resolved. There are so many people. Where can you find it? Chu Yang sighed sadly. Uncle Fei Ling's heart is probably difficult. As he spoke, Chu Yang revealed a relaxed posture that said, I want to hide it, but I can't. It showed that even the Chu clan of the upper three heavens had internal conflicts, but his heart was also cold. This guy also knows that the Chu clan lost a child? Diwu Qingrou's expression softened a little. Duke Chu, you came to the lower three heavens for an important matter, right? Diwu Qingrou asked. Important matter? Haha, the so-called important matter. Prime Minister just said it. That's why we're here. Chu Yang said with some resentment. Actually, we came out with fourth uncle to play. Oh, fourth Master Chu is in the province now? Diwu Qingrou was startled. Chu Yang snorted and did not comment. Diwu Qingrou laughed and said, I see. But when we came here, we found something interesting. Chu Yang said excitedly, Prime Minister, since you are not an outsider, I will tell you the truth. What is it? I am very interested in that saber and sword. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a hawk-like sharpness. I am determined to get them. Regarding this matter as a local snake, I ask for your help. After a pause, Chu Yang seemed to have made up his mind. As long as Prime Minister helps me get that saber and sword, then I, Chu Fei, can promise Prime Minister one thing. Yes, you understand. Diwu Qingrou felt a headache coming on. Until now, we have not completely confirmed your identity, and you actually made a request first? And you want the saber and sword that are the focus of attention now? Duke Chu, I am much older than you, but I have a different understanding of this matter. Diwu Qingrou said earnestly, as far as I know, this matter is King of Hell Chu's conspiracy. I don't care if he has pubic hair or wool. Anyway, I want that saber and sword. Chu Yang snorted and said, Prime Minister, even if I am a pervert, I can still tell the authenticity of a saber and a sword. I don't have any other meaning, but I am afraid that Duke Chu will be punished when you return to the clan. Diwu Qingrou said warmly, his voice relaxed. Chu Yang immediately realized that he was being a little too hasty. He sat back down and said with a fake smile, if Prime Minister doesn't want to help, then it's fine. We brothers will just try our luck and have some fun. Diwu Qingrou was silent for a moment and said, I will urge people to investigate again. Oh, if it is too troublesome, then there is no need. Chu Yang leaned back and said, if you want to get it, then there is more than one way. Diwu Qingrou felt like a tiger eating the sky with nowhere to go. This Duke Chu in front of him was unexpectedly watertight and impeccable. Could it be that it is really Duke Chu? But why would Duke Chu appear here? The conversation just now seemed ordinary, but Diwu Qingrou used the inside story of the Chu clan, the martial arts of the Chu clan, the regrets of the Chu clan, the 3 levels of seniority, and the rules of the heavenly layer to test him. However, the other party was able to answer his questions fluently. Moreover, every question was followed by a sharp counterattack. Sometimes, this Duke Chu answered casually, and Diwu Qingrou was a bit overwhelmed. However, Qingrou came here today to ask Duke Chu about something. Diwu Qingrou said, Duke Chu is standing high, so naturally you can see far. Please enlighten me. Diwu Qingrou's attitude suddenly became very humble. What is it? At present, Iron Cloud, Great Zhao, and Wuji are 3 countries. There are many small countries around them. In Duke Chu's opinion, what should be done in such a chaotic situation? In this land of countries, who is the hero? Who is the overlord? Diwu Qingrou sighed and said, for this matter, it can be said that I have exhausted my mind. This? Chu Yang revealed a look of being asked a question and looked at Diwu Qingro with some astonishment. His stance was clear. I've never considered the question you've just asked. Oh? What does Du Chu mean? Diwu Qingro humbly asked for advice. This cough cough cough. Du Chu rolled his eyes and thought for a long time. Then he laughed and suddenly leaned back and said, No matter who wins, it has nothing to do with me. Don't you think so? This clearly meant, I can't answer your question, and I haven't done any research, so I might as well act shamelessly. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. You can ask whoever you want. Diwu Qingro was stunned. No matter how the other party answered, he could hear the real meaning behind it. After all, this should be the goal of King of Hell Chu's life. If it was really King of Hell Chu, even if it was a lie, Diwu Qingro would not be able to hide it. No one could blaspheme his life's dream. For an adult with a goal, a dream was as important as his first love. All the men in the world who had been hurt by love could scold all the women in the world. But who would dare to say that the woman of his dreams was a prostitute? Even if she was, he would not dare to say it. Just thinking about it would break his heart. If he said it like that, he would hurt his own heart first. But he had never expected that the other party would be so indifferent. Since Prime Minister asked me so many questions, I will also ask you one. Chu Yang asked, Prime Minister, since you are so familiar with Upper Three Heavens and my Chu clan, could it be that Prime Minister also came down from Upper Three Heavens? Diwu Qingro did not speak, but his eyes were deep and he looked at him strangely. Chu Yang knew that something was wrong. He braced himself and asked, Prime Minister, which clan of Upper Three Heavens do you come from? Chapter 260. Chu Yang was startled. Then he scratched his head and said in a childish manner, I really don't have any impression of it. Why? Should I know? The implication was, what kind of big shot are you? Diwu Qingro smiled strangely and shook his head. You should not know. You shouldn't not know. Chu Yang was stunned. Is this guy's sect extremely famous in the Upper Three Heavens? Is it so famous that even the super aristocratic Chu clan doesn't know about it? But what's the reason for this? Diwu Qingro maintained a meaningful expression. He slowly stood up and said, Yes, Duke, I am very pleased to see you today. If Duke doesn't have any other instructions, I will take my leave. Tea is still warm. Is Duke going back? Dozens of thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind at this moment. Could it be that I didn't know his identity was a flaw? That's not right. If not, then Diwu Qingro has no other choice but to retreat in order to advance? Chu Yang's mind was racing, but his face was expressionless. He stood up with a smile and said, Take care, Prime Minister. I won't see you out. He didn't seem to care whether Diwu Qingro left or not. Diwu Qingro chuckled and said, Many things are complicated. I won't disturb Duke Chu. He slowly stood up and looked at Chu Yang with a meaningful look. Duke Chu, I won't see you out when you go back. Here, I wish you a safe journey. Chu Yang said gracefully, Take care, Prime Minister. Diwu Qingro walked out of the room with a smile and went down the stairs accompanied by Jingming Hun and Yinwu Tian. Chu Yang politely sent him off, but stopped at the top of the stairs and watched Diwu Qingro leave. King of Hell Chu had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the second confrontation between the two. That was because he couldn't tell whether Diwu Qingro had really seen through the flaw in Chu Yang's words, or if he was just bluffing. Even though Chu Yang's temperament was open-minded, a shadow had been left in his heart. Diwu Qingro walked to the corner of the stairs. Chu Yang was ready to turn back to his room. At this moment, Diwu Qingro suddenly turned around. He glared at Chu Yang, who was about to turn around. Then, he shouted in a deep voice, Chu Yang. Chu Yang acted as if he didn't hear anything. He took a step forward and then turned around. He looked at Diwu Qingro and asked, Prime Minister, what are you doing? Diwu Qingro's hawk-like eyes crossed the stairs and stared straight at Chu Yang's face. At this moment, Chu Yang felt a burning pain on his face, as if his face was being burned red by a needle. It's nothing. This old man's eyes were playing tricks on him. Their eyes met. One of them looked innocent and surprised, with a trace of worry, and Diwu Qingro's eyes were inquisitive. After a long time, Diwu Qingro chuckled and went downstairs. Chu Yang made an "oh" sound and no longer paid any attention to him. He returned to his room. And sat down. After a long time, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his face, and his white robes were soaked in a flash. Diwu Qingro had come this time and left now. Chu Yang still couldn't feel the outcome of the battle. Chu Yang wasn't sure if he had concealed his identity, or if Diwu Qingro had seen through his identity. Ever since he was reborn, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Moreover, Diwu Qingro had always held the initiative. Although Chu Yang had successfully turned the tables a few times, the overall initiative had always been in Diwu Qingro's hands. Chu Yang couldn't see through Diwu Qingro's thoughts at all. Diwu Qingro's shout before he left seemed to have some soul-stirring power. It made Chu Yang's mind go into a trance for a moment. If it weren't for the fact that his mind was far more stable than the average person, he would have naturally agreed at that moment. That was close. Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang and said. Chu Yang nodded lightly. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Diwu Qingro's aura was indeed not something an average person could withstand. Diwu Qingro stepped down the stairs, his brows deeply furrowed. Even with his wisdom, he couldn't be sure whether this Chu Fei Gong was king of Hell Chu or not. He had been taken down on the spot with a show of strength. The other party's arrogance and unreasonableness only belonged to the younger generation of an aristocratic family. Then, the initiative was shifted. Diwu Qingro's series of questions seemed to have taken the initiative, but in reality, he didn't get anything out of it. From Bao Ho's shout, Diwu Qingro knew that he had lost. Because if he was sure, he wouldn't have shouted. If it was Chu Fei, there was no need to shout. If it was Chu Yang, there was even less need to shout. However, he shouted out loud. This was his last resort today. Diwu Qingro let out a long sigh. This young man, whether he was Chu Fei or Chu Yang, was an extremely terrifying person. There was no need to doubt this point. As he thought, he walked towards the rooms of the three heavens officials. When he was halfway there, he suddenly felt something. He turned his head and saw a man in green floating in from outside. He stepped on the stairs, but he was free and easy as if he was riding the clouds. Diwu Qingro turned his head. The other party immediately felt it and turned his head as well. Their eyes met and the space seemed to freeze. A powerful pressure was emitted from the body of the man in green. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian were startled. They hurriedly mobilized their auras to resist, but found that they couldn't summon their energy. It was as if their lives were being controlled by someone else. They couldn't help but feel their souls leave their bodies. The next moment, Diwu Qingro withdrew his gaze and turned around. The man in green on the stairs had also quietly disappeared. It was as if he had only seen a blur and nothing had happened. A master! Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian glanced at each other. Their backs were dripping with cold sweat. The same thought popped up in their minds. Could it be that this black-clothed man is the guardian of those two youngsters? Chu clan. Before noon, Diwu Qingro left Heaven-Reaching Tower. After coming out of Chu Yang's room, he went to look for three people, Ao Xieyun, Mo Tianyun, and Dong Wu Lei. The reaction of the three people made Diwu Qingro's heart heavy. He didn't even speak on the way. He just frowned and thought about something. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian were somewhat surprised. Although the attitude of these three brothers was ambiguous, the main purpose of today's visit was to see whether or not Chu Yang was king of Hell Chu. In their eyes, this Chu Fei Gong was absolutely not king of Hell Chu. This was already a done deal. No matter how one looked at it, his performance was impeccable. If he wasn't Chu clan's younger brother, how could he know so much about the Chu clan? Even though Jing Menghun had been severely scolded by Chu Yang, he didn't doubt Chu Yang's identity. Prime Minister, what do you think? Jing Menghun carefully asked. They were already on the road and weren't far from the Prime Minister's residence. There were very few people on the road. What do you think? Diwu Qingro glanced at him. This Chu Fei Gong shouldn't be king of Hell Chu, Jing Menghun said with certainty. Yin Wu Tian nodded calmly to express his agreement. It's between the two. Diwu Qingro slowly shook his head. I can't say for sure, but I still think that he may be king of Hell Chu's incarnation. Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian felt a little dizzy. The matter was already so clear. Why was Diwu Qingro still holding on to it? If King of Hell Chu was really the duke of a super clan of the upper three heavens, then what was the point of playing around? What was the point of playing around? What if he angered the Chu clan by holding on to it like this? What should he do? Let's wait and see. It won't be too late for me to break the Bankai when King of Hell Chu makes his move. Diwu Qingro obviously had the same concerns. Before he had set off, he was 80% sure that this Chu Fei Gong was King of Hell Chu. But after they had met and left, this certainty had dropped to a certain level. Diwu Qingro also felt somewhat uneasy. Diwu Qingro's guess had dropped again when he had seen the black-clothed man. It had become half and half. The remaining half was what Diwu Qingro had said before he left. Did he have to know Diwu Qingro's identity after coming down from the upper three heavens? Even Diwu Qingro himself felt that this statement was untenable. However, not knowing Chu Yang's identity was always somewhat suspicious. The remaining 40% was purely Diwu Qingro's intuition. Although this Chu Fei Gong did not show any hostility towards him, deep in Diwu Qingro's heart, he had a stubborn intuition. This is King of Hell Chu. This feeling did not make any sense. But he was certain. From tonight onwards, we will use our influence on the people we can't catch. Diwu Qingro said slowly. King-level Master Yin will be in charge of this matter. King-level Master Jing, you have to carefully observe tonight's movements. Diwu Qingro's eyes had a deep sense of exhaustion. Tonight, it is fine if the saber and the sword do not appear. But once they appear, I am afraid it will be a terrible bloody storm. Jingming Hun cautiously agreed. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was night again. As night fell, the three heavenly dukes in the prefecture capital all opened their eyes wide and focused. On the roof of heaven-reaching tower, there were several people whose sleeves were fluttering in the wind. They stared at the flickering lights in the dark night and did not move. In the city, almost all of the buildings with high vantage points had people guarding them. Moreover, these places were basically occupied by king-level masters. But tonight, it was very quiet. Even the fights between Jiang who people had decreased a lot. Ask the Heaven's Sword did not appear, nor did Underworld Saber. Of course, Sunlight Saber and Moonlight Sword were also nowhere to be seen. Another day passed. On the afternoon of the second day, someone suddenly discovered the location of Ask the Heaven's Sword. After a short period of time, the person holding Ask the Heaven's Sword successfully broke out of the encirclement and disappeared. All the king-level masters had made a wasted trip. On the night of the second day, someone discovered Ask the Heaven's Sword being chased. So after another fight, they escaped again. In a few days and nights, this kind of situation happened more than 20 times. It was said that the person holding Ask the Heaven's Sword and Underworld Saber was covered in wounds and was exhausted from running for his life. Dozens of king-level masters were like big birds, running here and there. Everyone had a belly full of anger and was about to explode. Finally, a huge commotion began on the night of the fifth day. On the night of the full moon in the sky, the curtains were drawn. When the full moon rose to the middle of the sky, from continent city below, two rays of light seemed to be very far away, but suddenly rose up. The sun and moon shining together appeared again. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.